morning. Tobel. Abshi. As the President of the Convocation has indicated, I'm assuming that we are all here and we are ready to start with our induction workshop. And let me indicate from the onset that we have the facilitator of this workshop with Professor Joseph Francis. And you are supposed to be doing what I'm doing now. And I have been instructed by our Alumni Relations Officer, Mr. Ramare, that I should handle the first part of the program. And this is precisely what I'm doing now. And I'm sure we have all complied. We have dealt with the first item on the program, which is registration and networking. So this implies that the next item on the program is opening prayer of national anthem. So I would like to take this opportunity and request all of us to rise so that we sing the national anthem. I'm sure we have people in our midst who will be to lead us in the singing of the national anthem.
Kosi sigeleli Afrika, malupakanyiso ponolwayo, yizwa imithandazo yethu, Kosi sigeleli.
Thank you so much. Amandla.
Away to.
Amandla.
Away to.
Away to.
Amandla.
I'm doing this deliberately to accommodate our president of the SRC. Thank you so much. I think we are now ready to start with our formal program. So the next item on the program is introductions and housekeeping. And I should indicate that we are all aware that we are gathered here for the next 2 days for the induction of the Induction Vendor Alumni chapters. And our anticipation is that after the next 2 days, we'll all be familiar with what we are expected to do in our respective roles as members of the different chapters of our alumni. And there is also an item on housekeeping. And my assumption is that all of us have been to different workshops, so I do not think it's important for me to tell you what we expect you to do for the entire duration of the workshop. So on that note, I would like to come back to the issue of introductions. And I'm sure we are all aware that we have in our midst the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Induction Vendor, Dr. Bernard Mtambeleni, who's seated over there on my far. And I'm sure this should also demonstrate to all of us how serious the University Vice Chancellor and Principal takes matters of convocation and alumni. And I'm saying this because we are all aware that the Vice Chancellor and Principal has a very tight schedule. But despite that, he considered it necessary to set the time aside so that he can and be with us. So this is something that we need to appreciate. I think it deserves a very big round of applause. So I will therefore ask the rest of us to introduce ourselves, and I think it will be important, more especially for the different members of the alumni chapters, to indicate your positions in your respective structures. And I will ask our good advocate here to also introduce himself, and the rest of us will follow.
Advocate Memkula Eric, the Director, Legal Services, University of Rand.
Dr. Mulingoni Eric Mapanya, I'm the Treasurer of the Vembe chapter.
Chairman Dan Lloyd, the President of the SRC of the University of Rand.
Mafumo Bonwise, SRC Secretary General, University of Rand.
Ndani, member alumni managing communications and marketing.
Nazili Dwaba, Capricorn, Waterberg, Alumni Chapter Chairperson.
Itani Nematalani, Highfield Coordinator.
Uzo Moshana, coordinate and also Highfield.
Hi, I'm Nicolese van der Walt. I'm from the Northwest University. I'm the section head of alumni relations over our 3 campuses.
Rampambam said, additional member, Waterberg, Capricorn Waterberg.
Deputy Secretary.
Katikan Lamula, local chairperson.
Chairperson, could you please repeat?
Chair, don't be misled by James. I'm Katikan Lamula, local chapter chairperson.
No, thank you.
Maybe we should add that the Lowfeld and the Highfeld are all in Pumalanga, for those who might not know. My name is Mashudu Ramareba, the Convocation and Alumni Officer.
My name is Maria Shabangu, Pumalanga Lowfeld Deputy Chairperson.
I'm Najiswa Mota, Secretary General Lowfeld. I'm Pupuletu Mkabela, GP, Head of Marketing.
My name is Muari Tuvana. I'm the executive member of the University of Venda Convocation Commission.
Good morning, Rufuno Chikudo, Chairperson, Gauteng Alumni Chapter. We are the hosts.
Timilari Makato, invited guest. I'm seated with the host.
Deputy Chairperson, Deputy President of Convocation.
Tawela, Governor Salim Mahuka, additional member for University of Venda Executive Committee of Convocation.
Tawela, Mutali Sylvester, President of Convocation.
Good morning. I'm told my name is Joseph, the surname is Francis.
Machorode, that is quite chair, secretary of the chapter.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Susan Kone, additional member, Venda Convocation.
Rapararani Messi, I'm the additional member of the Alumni Chapter.
Good morning. Renee Makado, Deputy Chairperson of the Chapter.
Aralucha. Arapeta Slay, additional member, Capricorn. Good morning, Shama Sikila, Capricorn Waterback Secretary.
Additional member of Capricorn Waterback Alumni.
Good morning, Carla Womulope, Steering Committee, Highfeld.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sylvester Pandeli from the Water Research Commission.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Norman Maiwashe. I'm the Agricultural Alumni Association Chairperson.
Good morning. My name is General I'm here wearing both caps. One as a guest and the other as a special diplomatic advisor to the president.
I'm the Deputy Chairperson of Capricorn Waterback Chapter.
Machila O'Brien, Lower Chapter HOD in special events.
My name is Rabu Maikunda. I'm the Deputy Chairperson of Gauteng Alumni Chapter.
My name is Papuani. I am the Secretary of Post.
My name is Muzo Matia. I'm the head of membership recruitment campaign challenge.
Good morning, everyone. I'm a deputy chairperson of the Gauteng
charter, then you will welcome policy.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Nigogun Lipo. I'm the head of Pleasure Project of Big Challenge.
Thank you so much for the introductions. And let me also indicate that we do have a guest from two institutions of higher learning from the University of Northwest University and Stellenbosch University. And I should also indicate that they will both be properly introduced at an appropriate time. So I think now that we know who is participating in the workshop, it will be easy for us to proceed. So on that note, I would like to invite to the podium the Director, Legal Services, Advocate Eric Nemugura, who will come and talk about the overview and purpose of the workshop on behalf of the University Registrar, Advocate Edward Lambani, who couldn't make it due to other commitments. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Program Director, Dr. Zaga. You've been very proud with your team to indicate that you are the host. And of course, there must be that thing which you be sure that indeed you are the host. We are expecting that during our resting period, obviously that will be later today, there will be some activities from the host. That's what the name host, entails. You can't just be proud of being a host and yet you are not benefiting from you being the host. The Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Venda, Dr. Bernard Ntambele, the President of the SRC, Mr. Gudani, Chairman of the Secretary General of the SRC, Mr. Bonwise Mafumo, the President of the Convocation, Mr. Mtadi Sylvester, and the entire executive team, chairpersons of all chapters and their executive teams, all our guests who will obviously be part of our programs. These include guests from our sister university, and not forgetting our Director, Marketing, Branding and Communication, Dr. Zaga, and the entire media team and the organizing team. And I do not want also to omit all my colleagues who are here. And today I'm quite excited, VC, that I'm able to see some faces that I've last seen for quite some years. I see my lecturer there. He's seated there, and I was very excited to see him. I think we've had quite a very good engagement. I've seen some former colleagues here, which could. I've seen you also, and it's much appreciated. I'm quite excited with that. So the reason why I'm here is just to give an overview, and of course wearing the boots of the University Registrar. So he gave me this task, but what he did not give me is what I must come and say here. But he said to me, I trust that you will say what I would have said if I were to come there. So whatever I'm going to say here, take it as having been said by the University Registrar. But I'm not the University Registrar. So, what is this thing called convocation? This is a statutory body, as you know, and it is established in terms of the Act, in terms of the University of Venda Statute. So, that is why we, after every 5 years, we elect the president of the convocation and also the entire executive team. And of course, you are now aware that our current president is Mr. Sylvester Mtadi. And of course, you might have also heard when other members of the executive were introducing themselves. And over and above the university having set the convocation, the executive, there is then a duty for the president of the convocation to now go out to various provinces, areas where our former students are based. And of course, you might have seen during the past few months, we've been moving around since last year, with various provinces where we've been launching the chapters. And obviously during the introduction, you might have had, the chairpersons, the vice chairpersons, secretaries, and you also had the hosts who were introducing themselves as hosts here. So then, obviously, when you have set up the convocation, and of course, followed by launching those chapters, something which we haven't yet concluded. We are yet to go back to the Mpumalanga, Highveld, and there are also other areas where our students are. We will still have to go back to those areas and ensure that we properly launch these chapters, because it is quite very important. So what must then happen? Here is the convocation. Here we've got chapters, all set. What must then happen is, when you've got convocation here and its chapters, on the other hand, you have the University of Venda strategic plan. This is the strategic plan which convocation and its chapters must familiarize themselves with. What you must do as convocation is to investigate all the programs of the university. And once you have done that, you then have a duty to fit yourself into those programs. You have to make sure that whatever direction the university is taking, you are therefore part and parcel of those activities. And I think you will hear, because I know very well that the VC, when it comes here, will touch base on strategic plan, on especially those areas, focus areas that you need to look at as convocation, and also the chapters of this convocation. So the next question also will be, what should be the modus operandi or method of operation for this convocation and its chapters? How should you operate as convocation, as chapters, alumni chapters, those that we have launched? So obviously on top there, as I indicated, you do have your executive, that is the convocation, led by our president there. What will happen is the executive will then lead the process. They will go to the university and get all the activities, all the programs that are there. And once they've done that, they will then give marching orders to all the launched chapters. That's it. And because what we are encouraging is, because what you do, in the main, you have to meet. You work through meetings. Once the executive has collected all the programs, they must then meet with the chairpersons of all the chapters and share the information. And what should then happen? The chairpersons must then convene meetings with their own executives to share the strategic direction of the university, and of course, having been shared by the president. And once that has happened, we want a situation where what is happening in Mpumalanga is happening in Gauteng. I'm talking in terms of the activities. We don't want Mpumalanga to be focusing on this area while Gauteng is focusing on this area. We want to move, if we are dealing with this program, let us focus in that program. Let us deal with that program until we win it. If there is to be a competition, let there be competition on the implementation of that particular program. Because we don't want a situation where we lose focus. The president is saying this chapter is going that direction, but we want a situation where the president is going to set the tone, and of course the executive will still be able to monitor the process. But you can't monitor, if each and every chapter is busy implementing its own programs. The president is going to introduce program each time so that all chapters should be able to follow along those chapters. So who are you as convocation, as chapters? And of course you would know that one of your main roles is to mobilize funding for the university. And I'm not going to talk about that because you will hear that more often maybe as and when this program is proceeding. But I want to talk about this, that when you are a convocant, when you are a University of Venda alumni, you are an ambassador of the university. Wherever you are, you represent the university. When you speak, the University of Venda is talking. When you walk, the University of Venda is walking. In your employment, you represent the University of Venda. Even in your churches. Because, you can't have a convocant who is stealing church money. In your political organizations, you need to represent as well. So you are therefore expected as convocants, as University of Venda alumni, to always act ethically and in a manner that will always dignify the name of the university. And I must indicate that the current executive management of the university, led by our VC, Dr. Bernard Ntambelen, has done so much in terms of restoring the dignity of that university. They've done so much in terms of branding of our institution. They've worked so much. And of course, that is why we're making this call to all of you, that now that you are part of this university, in whatever capacity you are, please ensure that you pursue the strategic direction as already tabled and as always guided by our executive management team, which is obviously led by the VC. And obviously you would know that, as I indicated, you need to work through meetings in the main. And in your meetings, you must always discuss relevant issues. You must always stick to your agendas, and I think you will hear that maybe during the process. And you must always avoid an item called any other business. We don't do any other business. If you are in our meetings, you stick to your agenda. If you want to bring in an item into that agenda, there are ways in which you can bring that item, and the agenda is duly adopted by members of the meeting, and you stick to your agendas. We don't want a situation where in your meetings you now bring side issues. I'm just saying to all the chapters, when you meet, make sure, and of course you will be submitting your reports to the president, make sure that you stick to those agenda items, and the president also, we shall request that you also follow up on that so that there are no side issues that are being discussed during our meetings, but we only stick to the purpose of those meetings. And in conclusion, I must just indicate to the current leadership, President Mr. Mutati Sylvester, that there are already signs that we are moving towards the right direction. There are already signs that you will fill that gap very well in terms of supporting the executive management team, in its quest to ensure that we create future leaders who are locally relevant and, of course, globally competitive. I must indicate also towards the conclusion, Mr. President, that we are aware that you have already put together your strategic document in terms of how you're going to operate. So I'm just going to indicate that in the interest of time, you would know that you only have 5 years, and we're no longer talking in terms of 5 years. But we would want to see you starting to have some implementation of that strategy. And of course, where you are having challenges, we are there, the VC is there, and the executive team is there, so that we can be able to share those challenges and be able to resolve them, so that we remove all the hiccups and we are able to move on in terms of implementation of that strategy. I'm quite optimistic, VC, that this is one convocation, and I've heard already from the sentiments from your members, that this is a team which is ready to go out there and work. It's a team which is ready to go out there and mobilize, funding. I must just indicate in passing VC that, and the President, that we have had a meeting yesterday. The President can confirm that in that meeting, we've been discussing the issue of students who have passed, who have graduated even some 5-7 years ago, and yet the university has kept their certificates simply because they are old. And I think this is a message that I must bring to this team, that we are sitting with that problem. I'm talking of some of these students who should have been employed by now working elsewhere, but they're not working because their certificates are still kept there. And the university is saying, you are old. And the student does not have any other means. But you are there, and now we are saying, as the university, our hands are tight, our budget is tight, but our hope at least is on you, so that you go out there and mobilize those funds. We want to release all those certificates, and so that we get more funding for our students. And why are we here? We are here because you would know that we have launched the convocation, the executive. Over and above that, we have launched the chapters. And as I indicated, the President has already put together a strategy. But you can't implement that strategy unless somebody might have shown you the way. And we are here today, this day, to ensure that all members who are here, we get guidance in terms of how are we going to go about giving support to the university, how are we going to go about the implementation of the strategy that we've developed for this convocation. And in conclusion, I must say that President Mr. Mutati, wish you well in your endeavor, and we hope that at the end of your tenure, when you conclude, we are going to receive some good reports. And not only at that stage, but we know that on an annual basis, we should be receiving some reports as management of the good work that you and your team will be doing. Dr. Zaga, I don't think I should talk beyond this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Advocate Nemukura. Let's give him another round of applause. President of Convocation, the Director of Legal Services has conveyed a message to the host, and particularly about the issues of certificates that are withheld. President of the SRC, the host will take care of it. I'm sure during the forthcoming graduation, we are not going to see any student who is descending the stage without his or her degree certificate. Thank you so much, colleagues. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm now indulged to invite the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University of Venda, Dr. Bernard Tambelin, who will come and give us welcome remarks. So let's welcome the Vice Chancellor.
Thank you, Program Director, Dr. Zaga. President of the Convocation, Mr. Sylvester Mutadi. The Deputy President of the Convocation, Mr. Rosali Ushweru. Members of the Executive Committee of Convocation, Deputy Vice Chancellor, Corporate Services, Dr. Martin, who will be joining us shortly. Director of Institute for Rural Development, who is also facilitating this workshop, Professor Joseph Francis. The Director of Legal Services, Dr. Advocate Eric Nyamukula, who has been representing the University Registrar, Advocate Ambani. Special invited guest, Head of Alumni Relations at Northwest University, Ms. Nicolise van der Walt. Special invited guest, Alumni Participation Manager at Stellenbosch University, Mr. Fedi van Dijk, who's joining us virtually. Alumni chapters representatives that are here from Vembe Alumni Chapter, Mpumalanga Lofel Alumni Chapter, Mpumalanga Highfield Alumni Chapter, Gauteng Alumni Chapter, Capricorn Waterberg Alumni Chapter, and also the members of Univen Agriculture Alumni Association. Other invited guests and notable alumni, Advocate Richard Ramashia, Mr. Eric Magatu, Mr. Mudi Mzerwana, and also Mr. Dineo Makura. Executive Director at Water Research Council, Professor Sylvester Mpande. President of the SRC, Mr. Budani Chamano. Secretary General of the SRC, Mr. Bonwise Mafumu. University support staff, media personnel, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. It is my great pleasure to stand here to welcome you this morning at this induction of the University of Venda Alumni Chapter. Let me acknowledge the role that is played by the leadership of the Executive Committee of Convocation, led by President Sylvester Mutadi. I said to him earlier this morning that it takes very hard work, perseverance, commitment and sacrifice, as well as teamwork to have achieved this objective and to come this far. I also want to appreciate all of you for the passion that you've shown to the University of Venda. I have no doubt that there could be other competing commitments, but we consider it necessary to be part of this induction workshop. I must commend all of you for this unquantifiable level of sacrifice that you continue to show or demonstrate towards the university. Your university is clearly playing its role as one of the 26 higher education institutions in the country. Starting with the challenges of the then apartheid regime and to the current democratic dispensation, the University of Venda has indeed distinguished itself and is growing in leaps and bounds and ensuring that we impact our country and our province. The University of Venda is currently in its third year of rolling out its strategic plan 2021-2025 and a new service delivery model that is intended to position the University of Venda for impact and relevance. Our 5-year strategic plan is underpinned by the following 4 strategic thrusts, namely the student-centeredness and engaged scholarship, entrepreneurial investing, governance for extended scholarship, and linkages, partnerships, and internationalization. As our position statement, We envision the University of Venda that has impact and influence, which is productive, efficient, effective as an institution of higher learning. It is also worth reiterating that as management, we are working very hard to safeguard the university's brand image. To continue safeguarding our brand image, we urge you to continue to be good ambassadors. And this is the point that has been raised to you earlier by the Director of Legal Services. Our view is that stakeholders and people at large should feel proud to be associated with the University of Venda based on the quality of our offerings, quality of our students, our research and community engagement output. We are strengthening partnerships and collaboration in support of universities' initiatives with other renowned institutions, both locally, internationally, and building a positive repetition with higher education professional bodies here in the country. The University of Venda offers programs in 4 faculties, which are the Faculty of Science, Engineering and Agriculture, Faculty of the Humanities, Social Science and Education, Faculty of Management, Commerce and Law, and lastly, the Faculty of Health Sciences. As per our current 2023-2025 enrollment plan, our total student head count for both undergraduate and postgraduate students for 2023 is 15,500. And this is because of our request to the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation to cap our enrollment numbers. Otherwise, we should be moving towards 21,000 at this current year. And we felt that we cannot just add the numbers, which we cannot accommodate in the space that we have. 45% of our student enrollment is in the Faculty of Science, Engineering and Agriculture and Health Sciences. We top the list amongst the comprehensive universities in the country with the highest enrollment numbers in the science and mathematics. 35% of our students are enrolled in the Faculty of Humanities, Social Science and Education, whilst 20% is enrolled in the Faculty of Management, Commerce and Law. Our ministerial target for academic staff with PhDs in 2022 was 40%, and currently 44% of our academic staff have PhDs, which is above the national average of 38% in the higher education sector. There are several achievements we have witnessed as a university in the fields of research, community engagement, teaching and learning. We pride ourselves about the hard work that our staff and students are engaged in. Indeed, it reflects that we create leaders in all aspects of life. We will continue, as guided by our Strategic Plan 2025, to remain an institution that puts high on its agenda and engage scholarship. Our role in the province and extending to adjacent provinces like Mpumalanga and Gauteng makes us instrumental in joining hands with government, private sector, and communities in promoting the National Development Plan, in contributing towards eradicating poverty and promoting democracy. We've been working with several institutions here and elsewhere to collaborate for the development. We have formed collaborations in a number of areas, including teaching, research, community engagement, with the sole objective to gather the resource sparingly to ensure efficient use and a long-term vision for our region. We are extending these collaborations to SADC region and other African countries. We continue to raise the UN flag very high as we are able to. The University of Venda has seen a substantial increase in research output. The pass rates, the graduation rates, and the throughput rate are well within the national average for the sector. With the support from the Department of Higher Education and Training, the University of Venda has witnessed an expansion of the new infrastructure development that now exists on campus for students and staff. the University of Venda is now better positioned as an important player in the new knowledge-based economy and contribute ever more to the national skills development strategy and continued production of high-level skills for the job market. Many of you seated here today occupy strategic leadership position in both private and public sectors in the country. If you move around, there's no sector in this country where you will not encounter a Univen graduate. As a Vice Chancellor of the University, I am enormously proud of that achievement. I'm also very pleased that after a long review process by the South African Institute for Chartered Accountants, our postgraduate diploma in accounting, we call the CTA, has received a full accreditation by SAICA and also the Council on Higher Education. The university will be offering this qualification as from 2024, and students who qualify with this postgraduate diploma in accounting science will be allowed to register for SAICA ITC exam to qualify as chartered accountants. Our LLB program also received a CHE accreditation much quicker than many notable South African universities that are quite much known. We're incredibly pleased by the reports we received about the stature of our LLB graduates that we produce each and every year. I'm also very pleased about the establishment of the Univen Law School at the University of Venda. Our law graduates do not have to move to Polokwane, to Pretoria, or Johannesburg to get articles to qualify as lawyers and attorneys. They can do that now at the University of Venda. Early this year, my office, working together with the Faculty of Science, Engineering and Agriculture, has written to the MEC of Health of Limpopo Province asking their motivation to support our request to the South African Medical Research Council to establish what we call a TB research unit at the University of Venda, working with Chilizini Hospital. I'm glad to inform you that the MEC has responded in the affirmative, and we are waiting the response from the South African Medical Research Council for that application that we've made. Late in 2022, we opened a University of Venda Business Center in Makado Crossing Mall after a successful discussion with Dr. Mike Nkuna of Masingita Group of Companies. With this business center that we've opened in Makado, our view is that we must ensure that people in the community who are not university students, who got business ideas, who got issues that are legal in nature, who needs to submit their SARS-10 and also compile their forms, they can move into that office and able to get some assistance free of charge. And we believe that in doing that, we are uplifting our communities in a way that sort of address the challenges that are put in our national development plan. Our aim is to raise the bar in various aspects of the university management, with the determination to make Univen one of the top universities by 2030. We are considering and harnessing all available opportunities to grow our offerings in science, engineering, and agriculture, and also we are awaiting the new building that will be handed over to management by the 31st of May this year, the building that is the health sciences. We also want to grow the numbers much more in the health sciences space to ensure that we are able to offer much more diverse kind of programs to our students, and also to address the challenges that we see in the region. In October 2021, the University of Venda signed several memoranda of understanding with 6 traditional councils, quite very senior people who came to the university in that space. A project that is being led by our Institute for Rural Development, Professor Joseph Francis, and also our community engagement. And the idea is that we cannot work and achieve any progress if not working with those respectable people that own the land in a space. Through this memorandum of understanding that we've signed, the university has recommitted itself into our citizenship to the local communities that we exist because of them. This is important stakeholder that connects us with communities from our staff and students where they originate. As a responsible citizenry, we can keep our pace with development challenges within our communities, working together with municipalities, with traditional councils, and also government, as I said. I've just shared with you some of the selected and notable projects that we have able to see and achieve to date. We still got some other needs that are quite very apparent, which we need you to assist us. We are still not doing well in terms of our third stream income. And we've established what we call an advancement unit, which we believe should be a vehicle for us to begin to channel funding to the institution. We are also looking towards an endowment professional chairs in various disciplines that we offer at the university. We are also looking towards a reduction of the missing middle student debt that the university still has in its book. The last time I spoke to the CFO, he told me the figure is always increasing each and every year. And the question that I've been told and asked by the Minister of Education all the time is that as universities, we must begin to go to private businesses to raise funding to reduce that particular debt. And this is what we're doing, and we're saying to you, let's join hands in working together to ensure that we reduce this missing middle debt. And also there is a point that we need to put to your attention, which was also raised here by the Director of Legal Services. There's still a number of students who will be graduating also next 2 weeks to come, who have not yet paid their fees. Not because they don't want to pay their fees. Some of them, they can't pay their fees. They don't have money. And we're going to need to see how do we come on board to assist such students so that when they graduate, they are able to receive their certificate and able to move like any other student. So we are looking forward that we work together to begin to achieve this objective, because it will make our lives and the life of our students much more better and much more improved. From management side, I can assure you that we will continue to engage you as our alumni of this great university, and will certainly remain interested in your journey as our ambassadors. And as I conclude, let me wish you a very successful session over the next 2 days that we'll be engaging. And I thank you and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor and Principal. I think we also have to give you another big round of applause. And as the Vice Chancellor and Principal was speaking, I was asking myself, do we have any reason not to be proud of being part of the University of Venda? No. No, I think we should also give ourselves a big round. Thank you so much. Maybe before I invite the President of Convocation, let me check if there are any clarity-seeking questions or comments on what the Vice Chancellor and Principal has shared with us.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to applaud the VC because according to the presentation, since we left that particular institution, there has been a significant improvement on the part of the university, particularly on introduction of curriculum view. We have made a significant contribution to the university. I want to applaud the university and the VC for making sure that students or graduates no longer travel from Venda to Polokwane to go to legal school. Because I think it's a very important milestone which you have achieved. Because that thing on itself is is a requirement, I mean, it's a request. I mean, it is something which is for someone to, I don't know how do you call it, or is a prerequisite, or is a requirement for someone to practice. I think the population of the people of Venda deserve that, and we applaud you for that. Also, on the issue of chartered accountants, I think you are doing very well. And also, I was listening very carefully, yeah. That there is an engineering studies. During our time, there were no engineering studies at the University of Venda. I think we applaud you for doing that. Overall, about we are very proud to be part of this particular institution. With the work we are doing, ours is just to supplement your good work which we are doing as the convocant. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I do not. Oh, there's another hand over there.
Program Director, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Mine is just a comment and a suggestion, just based on the remarks made by the principal. I think we've got a huge responsibility to make sure that we assist our brothers and sisters, especially those who are still going to university. I mean, I listened to him very, very carefully, and I was asking myself, what will be my contribution rather than to suck university resources in order for me maybe to assist those students. We've got so many colleagues who are in strategic positions and so on, and we need to lobby to start accessing the resources in order to assist them. I can give, one example about the initiatives that I'm driving. We have just completed 3 books that we have put together with Taylor and Francis and Elsevier and so on. Part of the contribution from the Department of Higher Education, from my side, will be channeled towards those students who are still in the university. I will engage the university later this year, as soon as those books are processed. This is just a token of appreciation from my side, considering the fact that the university gave me an opportunity to be a professor for the past 10 years. It's not that I'm not rich, my token of appreciation, and I hope my colleagues, my professor sitting next to me here, I hope he's going to follow suit very soon. So, this is very good, and there are also other initiatives that we are coming up with, so that I don't want to take too much time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Mpangeni. Vice Chancellor and Principal, I do not think it will be a criminal offense if I can disclose that Professor Mpangeni has recently pledged 150,000 rands from his research proceeds towards the best performing students for the next 10 years. Wow. So there's another hand.
Yeah, thanks. I think maybe we need to challenge the university management vision to say, if we are all saying now, because even if we take the route, and this effect, we take a route of fundraising, because every year you are going to have those students who are owing, and this problem is going to burden every year. It will be a continuous process. Now, the challenge that maybe we must give to the university management is that if there are people who are not getting their certificates, and the university now will not benefit anything from them in their lifetime, if we may say so. What if we were to give those people certificates and they were to get jobs and to make arrangements that they now pay the university? That is a challenge that I'm not sure how can we resolve it, because either way, if you are not giving them their certificate, they will not get jobs. So you'll never get that money. But if maybe we are to say, let's give these people their certificates based on the declarations and your legal issues that you may pen down into your documents, and with the belief that they will sign a declaration that to say, when you get a job, this is the arrangement that I'm making with the university to pay back the university. It means the university is going to benefit in a long run. So that is a challenge that we are giving to you, that if maybe we are to opt for that particular option, it will assist a great deal than to want to fundraise. Because the problem with fundraising is that you are going to fundraise for which cohort? Because every cohort has a serious credit to the university. So that is what we wanted to submit. But maybe to just acknowledge the leadership that is provided by the university management, led here by the Vice Chancellor, to say at least we will work toward again bold and no longer be mocked around the issues of accounting, of Univen, LLB of Univen, and other things, because it hurt us a great deal when we are with colleagues from different universities, and we applaud you for that achievement and initiative. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Makora. Professor Maiwashe, Dr. Mkubi, and Bonamatanda. I think I will close it then.
Thank you, Program Director. I just want to thank the principal for the good work that is being done. I think it's important for us to acknowledge when good things are happening. And to also your team, we are appreciating what is happening. The country can feel the presence of the university. So in terms of strategic priorities, I think we can also position ourselves in terms of focusing on indigenous knowledge systems. I know that you probably already have a program in that area. But if you look at our culture as a country, I think it's under serious threat. And if we were to take advantage of the fact that the university is placed in a rural setting, I think it can play an important role, because traditional leadership, I think, is challenged because the governance system is completely different. So this partnership with the traditional authorities, I think it's important. But we can distinguish ourselves to say, if you look at all the other universities, this is our value add, this is what we do. So I think that is very, very important. I just also wanted to get a little bit of clarity around the head counts and the proportions in the different faculties. You said you have 45% in science, engineering, and agriculture, and I think you also have numbers in the other areas. I wanted to check if those were just by accident, or there is a clear strategy to say we need more students in this particular area. And this is along the same lines of what I just commented earlier around focusing on indigenous knowledge systems.
Thank you. Dr.
Thanks. I don't want to overemphasize. We thank you very much, the principal. This tells us that there's progress. But one, or if not two contributions, Chair, the contribution to the economic development of our region, starting from Bembe as an example, can also assist a great deal in creating employment and mitigating these challenges of students not paying. Because if you look at the students that are not paying, are mainly from rural areas. Those who are coming from Gauteng and other areas, you might find them affording these kind of tuition fees and other related activities. So my input here relating to the contribution to the economic development. Simple examples of the research outputs from the university students. What are we doing about it?
if we engage the traditional councils, as a professor has indicated, and see to it that we find means of implementing the outcomes. A typical example, everybody's talking about the gas that is within the Papri land. The university is quiet. Some people are telling, we are coming to what do we call it? To explore and what. But the university is there. I believe the university, through its geography students and whatever, they can do a lot and assist that community. It can also forge partnership with the landowner and the departments and everything, while generating a lot of revenue out of that. We have a lot of agricultural activities in Papuri land. I'm giving an example of Papuri because I am part of that. From Toendo to Kurgan National Park, it's lodges. That land is an agricultural land. If somebody goes to the Papuri dynasty and say, we want to develop this as an agricultural hub of the region and support it, it will enhance the programs and services of the university while generating revenue through partnerships. That is the input I wanted to take to. I am very jealous of situations that we find ourselves involved in the Northwest. I'm currently supporting another company that is doing health interventions in the Northwest at the Royal Bafokeng. The outcomes of the outputs of research they are implementing and they are generating revenue out of that. The government of South Africa does not even have indigent register, but that very same people, through the research outputs, they have indigent register that they cannot even give the government. When you say you want indigent register, they say no, it is ours. So the university can play a massive role in developing economy of the regions and also mitigating these revenue challenges through such kind of funding. Thank you.
Thank you. So, before the VC comes in.
No, VC, I'm quite excited and fascinated, and I'm happy the developments happening at the University of Venda. Maybe to colleagues who never made a turn at Toyando, when you are driving on the Puna Maria Road, from a distance you can see the University of Venda. But some few years back when we were still there, you couldn't even notice a structure that is a university. Now, well, you cannot compare us with institutions like TEFLOP. We are way far just in building structures. But I'm also challenged as a former academic, an academic of the institution, with the development I'm hearing today. And I want to challenge us today, particularly on the issue raised by the Director Legal Services. I'm proud. It's my former student. I'm very proud of him.
It's your product.
Yes, it's my product. Almost 90% of people here, they are my former product. Even the president himself. But I want to say, when we leave this gathering, let us go, when we leave here, let's have a program, particularly to cover our current president of the SRC with the students with the outstanding fees. Prepared. Let me make a challenge. I'm pledging 5,000. I don't know how we're going to, what type of fund are we going to have. I'm pledging 5,000. I'm just a public sector employee, but I'm pledging 5,000, which I'm going to do. So I want to, in the short term, it is going to assist a lot. We are so many. And I'm also going to make sure that I approach various minds around in Pumalanga, in the Highveld. There are most of them CEOs, our former students. So why can't we bring them to the fold to ensure that we assist our brothers and sisters? This is going to ensure that everybody will get their certificates and they go out. They will just be like us because we are what we are now because of that university. So I'm pledging the 5,000 rand and then we'll talk the logistics and how do we contribute. And I want others also, even if you are not going to say it now, but when we leave this gathering, let's ensure that we have the way and we have that vehicle for us, our young brothers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Maybe let me give the VC the opportunity to have the last word before we move to the next item. VC?
Thank you, Program Director. Let me thank you also for those inputs that are made. I'm not necessarily going to respond to those, but these are the kind of challenges that we believe if we can work together, we can begin to address some of these. The reason you are part of this convocation is for us to make sure that those issues that you raise, we begin to look at them and able to shine a spotlight on those kind of issues and see how we address them. Just a note in terms of, I think there was an issue around how our enrollment is sort of organized. We work within what we call the enrollment plan. Currently, we are sitting at the 2023-2025 enrollment plan, all universities in the country. So the minister sort of determine how much figures you need to have in the sciences, how much you have in the commerce, how much you have in the humanities. So ours is skewed towards the sciences. And this is something that I reported to you earlier. So we work within that framework of these enrollment targets that the minister will say, you university, when you admit, let's say, your 4,000 students each and every year, maybe 25% of them should be in this field, and that field, and that field. It goes by these 7 categories that are in the space. I'm also taking your challenge. I think we have to make sure with the minds like yourself, in terms of indigenous knowledge, you're quite very right. We can do much more. It's something that I think, Professor Francis is here. He can able to really link you up with those individuals at the institution to make sure that we begin to address some of the challenges that we see. Now, there's also issue around, certificates that I mentioned earlier, that, there's still a number of students without the certificates, that we want to ensure that they receive the certificates. What we have done, just to make sure that we don't disadvantage each and every student that is studied at the University of Venda. And this was something that was, agreed upon way back when Ms. Naledi Pando, Dr. Pando, was still a minister of higher education, department, wherein we took a decision, we signed in black and white, and the president of the SRC and the secretary, they are aware of this, kind of agreement, that all students, regardless that you have not received your certificate, but if you go and apply for a job and everything is going well, and the employer wants your certificate, we are able to send that certificate to the employer because we don't want to disadvantage the student because we have sort of holding these certificates. But we can able to look into that mode that I just said and see what are the better ways to able to really do that better. I'm just giving an example of that. I'm also pleased in terms of what you're raising around agriculture. As you know, Univen, where it's located, is an agricultural hub. And we're going to have to make sure that we do much more in that, And I can just say to you, we are now again refocusing our attention to agriculture. Because you can't be in that space and then you're so silent around agriculture. And there's quite a lot of initiatives that are underway that you have to see. But I would also appreciate that you join hands with our structures in agriculture to say how do we make sure that we open the doors with the Papuri dynasty, because it will really assist us when you come with your linkages. But the purposes of convocation is precisely that. You know somebody who will have a goodwill toward the university, and then you link such people so that they're able to engage. So I want to thank you for that note that you mentioned. I hope Dr. Zaga have commented on all those comments. I'm not going to respond, just to give a comment on those. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, VC. Colleagues, maybe before we move to the next item, the Vice Chancellor and Principal in his welcome remarks acknowledged the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Corporate Services in his absence, Dr. Robert Martin. So Dr. Martin has now joined us. Dr. Martin, could you please wave? Thank you so much. I'm now going to invite our President of Convocation, Mr. Sylvester Mutati, to come and have some remarks. So please join me as I welcome the President of Convocation.
Ke a o leboga modulasetulo ke rata go dumediša tlhogo ya yunibesithi ya rena Dr. Bernard Ntambeleni le bašomišane ba gagwe ka moka letsogo la gagwe Dr. Martin Advocate Nemukula, Dr. Zaga and everyone else. Ke rata go dumediša ons besoekers, mevrou van der Walt, ons is baie bly dat jy die tyd gehad om hierso te kom. Ons weet dit is nie maklik om die tyd te hê nie. Ons waardeer dit baie en ons is dankbaar. Dit is ook belangrijk om te sê nou dat jy hierso is, jy is die persoon van die University of Venda. Comrades and compatriots, I have seen Mr. Chelena Makura is here, Mr. Cheza Tukwari, Mr. Lazili Dwawa, and I'm afraid they are going to call me to order. They will say, President, we are calling you to order because you are repeating what Advocate Nemukula has said, but you are using a different English. So, needless to say, Advocate Nemukula has taken much of my weight. I have to mention that during our strategic plan, as the Executive Committee of Convocation, myself and the Deputy President of Convocation, Mr. Ruzani Mushweu, pledged 20,000 rand each, which we later paid into the account of the university as an initiative to kickstart the processes of fundraising for the university. And therefore, I am pleased with the pledge that is made by Mr. Nemat Andani, and I hope that it is going to ignite other leaders of chapters so that at least by the end of this particular workshop, we have a tangible amount of money that we would have raised. Also to announce that we have products that will be sold to leaders of chapters. The product will be displayed just outside on the table, and leaders of chapters, in your way of contributing to the university, you may also buy those particular products. So during our lunchtime, please do take the opportunity of walking around and looking into that. Comrades and compatriots, I have mentioned to those that were responsible for the program that don't say speech by the president, because I'm not going to give a speech. I have given speeches when we were launching chapters, and I'm sure you are tired of the tautology thereof. But let me say that the day we have been waiting for has finally arrived, and it is such a good feeling. VC, leaders of chapters have been burning and eager to start the ball rolling since their election. And we surely do apologize that we have delayed this process of induction, and we are giving you an assurance that our delay was not intentional. It is true that when we are elected to lead, we must deliver in the process. Our failure to deliver impacts negatively on our being and also on our reputation. I would like to believe that those who vote for us do so because they want to see us initiating programs that will impact positively in their lives. In our instance, the university will also want to gain a mileage from our activities. Coming from different regions, comrades and compatriots of the country, we have a common goal and our objectives are the same. Therefore, we should always make sure as chapters that we work together in unity to achieve our objectives. It should be a symbiotic relationship because at the end of the day, we want to make our university great. And I would also like to urge all of you, leaders of chapters, to make sure that you take your responsibilities very serious and that you make sure that you meet on a regular basis. When your secretary and chairperson call you for meetings, please do not give excuses because at the end of the day, we are going to expect reports that are going to be very impactful. We are going to keep a very close eye to all activities that our chapters are going to engage on. Comrades and compatriots, while we all know that the value of our qualifications is also dependent on how the university conducts itself. Mr. Advocate Nemukula has mentioned this point. It is also vice versa. The reputation of our university is also dependent on your conduct, more so because now you are leaders of chapters. Therefore, you must always make sure that you conduct yourself in a manner that is universally acceptable. And I have to thank you, leaders of chapters, for having accepted this responsibility to lead. It really shows the love that we have for our university and our students. So having taken that particular responsibility, leaders, make sure that you excel. Make sure that you go beyond the average. We should be, at the end of our term, be sure that we are providing reports that are so meaningful and that we can all be proud of. And that can only be done if all of us here are serious of the tasks that we are supposed to handle ahead. Once again, allow me to say that let us make sure that we create or initiate meaningful programs that are impactful for our alumni, our current students, and the university. And let us make sure that we take this particular workshop as a starting point to the serious work to come. And allow me, comrades and compatriots, to join a choir of those that have related the contributions that have been made by the university through the leadership of our Vice Chancellor in supporting programs of convocation. it is not simple, taking into consideration what the office of the Vice Chancellor gets to engage on regular basis. But you are aware that we have always had our Vice Chancellor and Principal in attendance of all our chapter launch. And whenever we require resources from the university to ensure that we have programs of this particular nature, we do not have difficulties, because I believe the university has vested interest in our development and also in our outcomes. So with the support that we get from the university, comrades and compatriots, let us make sure that we do not disappoint. Let us make sure that we wear our boots and get to work. The office of Dr. Martin, who Dr. Zaga reports to also, it's very supportive and wants to see us at greater heights. So with all this support that we're getting, I'm just repeating this, Deputy President of Convocation. With all this support that we're getting, let us work hard to give back and to say we are thankful of this support. This is what we can also contribute from our side. Like I said at the beginning of my talk, comrades and compatriots, that I'm not going to give a speech. We'll give the speech on the other days. Today I just wanted to give remarks on where we should go from here. And I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, President of Convocation. Let's give him another round of applause. Are we still okay, or can we take a tea break? Oh, okay. Thank you so much for that confirmation. We are now moving on with our program, where we are going to invite our Deputy Vice Chancellor for Corporate Services, Dr. Robert Martin, who will come and talk to us about the importance of strong alumni chapters, the role of university management in nurturing and strengthening the operations of alumni chapters. So please join me as I welcome Dr. Robert Martin to the podium.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to all of you. I hope your refusal for taking that break is not going to haunt you, because they asked me to speak for about 2 or 3 hours. I am quite up to it. Yeah, let me do my best and see if I can add to this important occasion that you have sort of invited us to. I firstly want to recognize all of you as leaders of the different chapters. I want to recognize the leadership of the sort of convocation. And when I look around, some of you have actually sort of appointed me in 2017, and I hope we haven't sort of let you down when you put your trust in us, that we would be able to make a contribution to the growth and the development of Univen. And I think that's what we want to talk to today, and these 2 days that you assist us to take Univen then to the next level. So I also want to add my voice to the president of the sort of convocation in appealing to the leaders of the chapters to ensure that the university stay on course. I think one of the key duties of sort of convocation is to make sure that management stay true to, you know, to ensure that the university at least plays its role in the higher sort of education space. So I was asked to talk to the topic of the importance of strong alumni chapters, and there was no end to it, there was rather a dash, so I interpret that to be either the role of university management in nurturing and strengthening the operations of sort of alumni chapters. In my preparation, I thought, let me combine them because they are equally important teams. And although I'm starting off sort of as appearing to be a sort of academic, I leave that to the professors and doctors in the room, and Professor Francis is ably doing that. I'm the DVC for corporate services, so mine is to look at the operations of the university, and that's where I want to focus, and that's also where the convocation is going to assist us with. So our starting point always in everything that we want to do is the university strategic plan. I've been brought up to know that strategy informs structure, and therefore I want to start there so that you and I don't lose sight of what it is that the university wants to do and where we want to go. So you would know that we have a strategic plan which is now in our second year of rollout. This is actually the sort of third year because it's the plan 2021 to 2025. And it's also a good time, I think, for the convocation to again just look at that strategic plan, because I'm sure that the VC would give direction in 2024 that we should be already looking at how the plan should look after 2025. So maybe that's also something I just want to highlight. But our strategic plan, if you go through it, you would see that in the sort of introductory remarks, under the signature of the Vice-Chancellor, there are two important statements being made there that I thought I'll just bring to your attention. And we say there that our strategic planning framework for 2021 to 2025 is simple. That is the statement we're making. It is simple and has 4 strategic thrusts which underpin it, namely student-centeredness and engaged scholarship, entrepreneurial university, governance for outstanding scholarship and linkages, partnerships, and internationalization. Those are the 4 strategic thrusts that we are driving during this period. So everything that we do in the university need to find its way within those 4 strategic thrusts. And then we make another statement there that say, our students are at the center of our strategic plan, and we should be measured by their success, not by our success as managers, but by the success of our students. And obviously, if our students are successful and strong, we would also then sit, obviously, logically, with a strong sort of convocation, because that's how people are supposed to progress. So we go further under that same bullet to say our university is largely an undergraduate higher education institution with approximately 88% of its student headcount enrolled in undergraduate certificate, diploma, and degree programs. It is for this reason that the teaching and learning must be of exceptionally high quality, using appropriate teaching methodologies to impart the requisite skills, knowledge, and attitudes relevant to our graduates, and therefore ensure their employability. So those are the introduction to our strategy, our strategic intent. And I think as convocation, those are important issues as you assist us to get to our mission that you ensure that we get to as a university. We then go further to say that the following broad positioning points of reference constitute the guiding principles for our strategic plan. We have 5 bullets there, and the first one is saying positioning University of Venda for impact and relevance. And I think I'm mentioning this because I think if you understand our strategy, you would then also know where the university is moving towards. So impact and relevance is what we are striving for. Rejuvenation of the University of Venda, and that rejuvenation was relevant and still is, because we want to give recognition to what went well in the past and good practices that were there. We didn't start from nothing. There were definitely good things that happened in the past, but we recognize that the university need to go to the next level. And that's where the rejuvenation was then coming from. And then the University of Venda to be efficient and effective as an institution of higher learning. The 4th bullet speaks to resoluteness, resolute commitment to excellence, transformation, service culture, good governance, and sustainability. And then the last bullet speaks to the positioning of Univen, and its planning processes must accommodate complexities such as its context, the key current and future trends. And that key context, the context of sort of Univen, I think is also something that all of us need to take into account. You would know that we took a lot of energy, or we put a lot of energy to get colleagues and stakeholders' mindsets to sort of change from viewing Univen as a rural university to viewing Univen as a rural-based university, which for me is a very key driver and distinction that we need to make. That we are not a rural university. We are only based in a rural setting. But now, because we're based in that setting, we need to show the world that we can impact the world from that location. But also, we can't have a high-flying university if the communities around us cannot feel us. And so that is where the issue of relevance and impact can also speak to. Another section of the strategic document is where we are defining our graduate profile. We're saying that we want the University of Venda graduate profile, or we defined it as also consisting of about 6 main areas. The first one is that our graduates need to have intellectual rigor and commitment to excellence with a broad understanding of other disciplines. Not only the discipline for which they have enrolled, but they also need to understand other disciplines also. They need to be innovative and entrepreneurial and being able to identify opportunities. They need to be able to communicate information eloquently, effectively, and appropriately. they also need to be socially responsible and committed to bettering the communities and societies. So we don't want to have graduates that are only focusing on themselves. We need them also to look around them. And to the notion of entrepreneurship, I think I just want to add that for us, the notion of social entrepreneurship is much more important. Because as you know, in the country nowadays, everybody wants to be an entrepreneur, but the focus is more a selfish type of entrepreneurship, which we want to move away from and focus more on addressing the issues around us. And then we also, our graduate profile also should speak to independent, creative, and critical thinkers who can apply their knowledge and skills. And the last point we have under there, under graduateness, is ethical practice and commitment to sustainability. So you can see that the whole notion of ethics and ethical practice is an important driver to the university. So I just have a couple of points that I want to talk then to, after I have now given you an introduction to our strategy, as to how then that should link to the topic of the day, which speaks to the importance of strong alumni chapters to Unibank. And so firstly, the benefit of strong university alumni chapters lies therein that they are an important resource for both alumni and the university, and so make significant contributions to the achievement of the university's strategic objectives. That's the first point that we need to make. Secondly, strong alumni chapters is there to support, to promote, and to enable this sort of university to do different things, whatever those different things are. They can provide sort of opportunities for networking, both for the alumni themselves, but also for our students. The sort of convocation can be an effective networking sort of opportunity. But the convocation should also speak very strongly to professional development as well. And that also is both for the alumni members themselves and also students. And where students would benefit from this professional development, especially in the sort of environment of unemployment, is the opportunity that alumni, and as some of you have already indicated, that you might be highly placed in different sort of organizations. Our students require work-integrated learning sort of opportunities. And this is where the alumni could sort of assist us with that sort of opportunity. And then the alumni and convocation should also, or can also play a big role in social and community events in support of Unibank's strategic intent of becoming more relevant, more impactful, and the notion of social sort of engagement. And lastly, the sort of chapters can also assist us with fundraising. I think that point has already been made, but also brand reputation. You know, it is you as alumni of Unibank and your conduct in the business world that is saying to someone else, it is worth to recruit the next Unibank sort of graduate. But if you fail, then obviously that's a reflection on the university and the caliber of students. So therefore, it is in our selfish interest sort of assist each other. But you can also play a huge role in strengthening our sort of collaboration with sort of prospective donors and funders. You know, as you know, we have made the point earlier that we are based in a rural area, but it is people like yourself in the different chapters who has got contact. If you are in Gauteng, where most of the companies and multinationals and national companies operate, that could maybe introduce us to those companies. It is through you that we get a foot in the door to those funders. But also it is through your efforts that we could also benefit from international sort of collaborations with other institutions as well. So let me go to the role of the Univen management. That's my last part. And I have only put 3 roles. You could hear I was very, what do you call it, lengthy on the other issues. When it comes to management role, I thought, no, let us not play center stage here. Let's play that minor role, and also not to put too much pressure on management. I think we've got a lot to do already. But on a more serious note, the role of management, the way that at least I see it, is that we are there to nurture and strengthen the role of, we have a nurturing and strengthening role towards convocation. That's our big responsibility. And this is informed by the realization of the strategic relevance and importance of yourself as alumni to the achievement of the broader strategic objectives of the university. Without you, we would not be able to achieve all of the strategic objectives that we have set for the university. So how we further support is that we provide the resources where we can, I must add hastily. We provide guidance and we can also assist the alumni chapters to achieve their goals and strengthen the bond between the alumni and their alma mater. And colleagues, something I think that is missed by sort of alumni as you get placed into different institutions and sort of organizations is to also recognize that in your alma mater there are also experts. There are also people that can consult to the organizations where you work. So if there is a municipality that is struggling with strategy development with different practices that they'd like to implement, it would be nice if the alumni from Univen would come to us at Univen and ask who here can assist my organization or company. Instead of going somewhere else, and only recognize experts from other universities. So I think in that sense, you are also showing to the world that at least your sort of alma mater also have got the strength and also have the expertise to support the broader sort of agenda. And so management would also assist and play a role in the future sustainability of the institution, which is then guaranteed through the willingness of both management and convocation to cooperate and to join hands to achieve the institutional strategic objectives. You hear me coming back again and again to the strategic objectives. You and I will find very meaningful roles for each of us if we continue to focus on the strategy and the future sustainability of the university, and that we continue to ensure that when we are sort of in the news, it's in the news for the right reasons. Colleagues, I'm going to stop there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Martin, for your 3-hour presentation. Let's give him another round of applause. Let me check if there are any comments on Dr. Martin's presentation. Clarity-seeking questions?
Was clear.
Was clear?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm now going to proceed without asking you whether you'd like to break for tea or not. But I'm doing that because of time constraints. We're supposed to be on the other part where Professor Francis should be facilitating. So Mr. Ramaneva, it's Mr. Can take around, or can we move to the next one?
Yes, let's go to this one.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's move to the next item, and I'm now going to invite our executive member of convocation, Ms. Salome Mahuka, to come and introduce our next speaker. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Zaka, and Program Director. Thank you for the opportunity to come and present our special guest. Allow me to greet the Principal of the University of Venda, Dr. Ntambeleni, the President of the SRC, Kudani Chamano, and the Secretary, Bonwise, yes, Bonwise Mafumo, our Director Legal Services, and the Registrar at the same time. Our DVC who was here, our President of Convocation, Mr. Mutadi, and the entire committee, leaders from all the chapters of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good afternoon.
Oh, it's good afternoon. It means my time is a bit late. Guten Morgen, it's fine. Or Guten Tag. We are having a special guest amongst us who's a wife, the mother of 3. She's been in journalism and communication. She once worked for Media 24 as a journalist. She once worked for Pakistan as an editor. She once worked as a provincial communication manager and a spokesperson some time ago. A female who has 25 years experience of journalism. She's holding a BA degree in public management and administration, diploma in journalism, postgraduate diploma in business management. She's currently at her final stage of MBA. The lady is none other than Ms. Nicolis van der Walt from the University of Northwest. Thank you very much. I was going to say sing for her. As she's approaching colleagues, this is Friday. We are all encouraged to join South Africans as we welcome the Netball World Cup. That's why you see me wearing a t-shirt that you are not wearing. Please go and consult with the Department of Sport and Culture in your respective province so that you join the campaign. Over to you. Thank you.
take this out. No. Where's the roaming mic? Thank you. I'm not very good at standing still. Technology when you need it, it will let you down at some stage. Okay, while he's figuring that out, please allow me to continue. The most protocol or the worst protocol thing anyone can ever say, it's like any other business, is all protocol reserved. But we're never going to get to tea time if I welcome everyone again. So thank you for the warm welcome I received from you guys. Thank you for the way in which you host the event, and it's a huge privilege for me. So while they're battling getting me online, it's a very short presentation. I would like to talk about something that you guys spoke about student accounts, students who cannot graduate. We have one chapter, and remember, I didn't come as the Messiah with all the solutions, and everything we do is better and bigger, and that's really not why I am here. This is just suggestions that I'm going to share with you. Perhaps you will think it will never work, or you might think, wow, that might also work for us. So it's like when you're a new mother, I always tell people, take the advice you think you can use and throw away the others. But with regards to the payment of student accounts, we have a chapter on the Van der Bijl Park campus. Our university has three campuses, and one is in Van der Bijl. And that one chapter basically established themselves. They came forward and they this vibrant dream chapter. And what they do is they have a homecoming each and every year. They come back to the campus on the premises and they have a huge party. Usually after the formalities I leave so that I cannot be held accountable for any hangovers or whatever might occur the next day. But they really come and enjoy themselves responsibly, of course. With our support, we help them to organize this event. But the main focus of this event is they pay for a ticket. And they pay, say for instance, 200 Rand per person to enter the university. But they still bring their own picnic baskets and their own cooler bags, and that money goes into a fund that they donate to the Alumni Relations Office. And then we look at students who deserve it. You owe 5,000, perhaps 10,000. Sometimes it's only that small amount keeping you from getting your degree. But you can see the student worked. His academic record shows this was a student who really tried. And those deserving students, we then pay off their debt with the money from the homecoming. But with the homecoming, they also do food stalls. So you can buy from dried meat and chicken up until cold drinks. And the proceeds come to pay off the accounts of final year students who cannot graduate because of a small amount. I don't talk about 30, 55 or 100,000 Rand. I'm talking 5,000, 10,000 Rand. And we're very transparent on what happens to that money. So perhaps it's something you guys can think of. And if all the chapters align and you have one huge homecoming event. I know homecoming is something new to South Africa. It comes from America, but it means you bring your people back home. What happens when I bring people home? Nostalgia. Wow, I remember what this place meant to me. I dwell on the positive memories. That makes me more inclined to give. So that's one idea. And then the other idea, communication specialists know this. It's easier to give to a face, to a story. Who is this person I'm giving to? Why should I give 5,000 Rand or 10,000 Rand? Because this lady maybe lost her, female student lost her mom and dad, and she's now in a wheelchair, but despite all of that, she conquered the world. Still a deserving story. That tends to open up people's hearts a bit more to give. So give a face and a story when you ask for money. And give feedback. Now you give money, but you never hear anything about it. I mean, there's a competition. And you want this competition, you really want to win it. And you enter and you send SMSs. But never ever again you hear anything. Was there even a winner? You know, some people even doubt the lotto if there's really winners. So give feedback to people about what happens to their money. You can go. No, please. Please, finally. Very good. Extend perhaps? Not. It's fine. Just leave it. It's a very short presentation. I'm just going to bore them with my voice. So now they're going to miss out on the pictures. Okay, so first of all, when we speak about Alumni Association at the Northwest University, it means everyone who ever graduated from any of our universities or our predecessors. Thank you. Or our predecessors. So we're very clear on what an alumni is, and it works exactly the same as at your university. We have the convocation. The convocation establishes the Alumni Association. But to bring me back again to what Dr. Martin said, you cannot do events and you cannot plan if you don't know what you're planning for. Otherwise, we are just at events and we are party planners. You have to have something clear in mind. For instance, at our university currently, we are also looking at how the university can support our communities and South Africa in bettering service delivery. So even when I do functions at the alumni office, I invite speakers and mayors and councillors who are alumni of the NWU. And then we again tell them, you must remember at the end the role of a chapter is to empower the university. But not only to empower the university is just a small gear in a much bigger picture. If universities in South Africa fail, South Africa will fail. Because we have to put out experts and we have to put out educated people. So when you work in a chapter, yes, you can have fun. You should have fun. You should make it interesting for people or interesting to attend your events. And there's 4 ways in which you can do that. Communication. Make sure that you ask people, what do you want to hear? How do you want me to contact you? Some people despise a WhatsApp group. Others like me thrive on it. because it's an easy way of communication, but not everyone likes the way. Others will like a closed Facebook group. Others would like to be just connected to some of you sitting here on LinkedIn because of the fact it makes them look good. So find out, as the chapters, as the Alumni Relations Office also do with alumni, who are the people? But first search your heart and find out what is your why. Why are you sitting here? For the fame? To keep yourself busy, for a nice party, to see what the university can do for you? Then your why is not correct. And I'm now deviating from my presentation because this afternoon you guys are going into groups to discuss a way forward. Please ignore the word chapter. Say we. What can we do to mitigate dysfunctionality? What can we do? What is my responsibility? Not what's the responsibility. Responsibility is not something hanging in the air. What's my responsibility? You know that you've been perhaps to a church, but you've been to different congregations. Still the same church, still the same Bible, still the same way in which you do rituals, correct? But everyone has that special something that makes you just a bit more unique. Embrace that. You know your community. You know that people in Mpumalanga perhaps do things different than people in Gauteng. Take that into consideration. There's no one-size-fits-all approach. One thing I can say about our Alumni Association, and maybe this is something for you sitting in front of me, they always say, ask not what you can do or what your university can do for you. Ask what you can do back. My university gave me an education. What can I do back? Are you guys aware that a lot of our young graduates don't have soft skills? They cannot send a proper email. They phone, hello, I just want to speak to Mama. And then I'm like, it's soft skills to teach them. If you phone someone with an inquiry, how do you do that? Mentorships. This country should be about mentorships. You are in an excellent position to raise the next generation by mentoring. Doesn't cost you a cent. It's for free. Thank you so much. Okay, I've spoken about this. The Alumni Association is according to policy. And then I realized most of you are volunteers. I'm correct, you don't get money for sitting here. Volunteers. And now the university wants to tell you, you should do this and this and this in your own time. Embrace it. Policy and procedure are there to protect both sides. Not only the university, but it also gives boundaries and it knows that we're all on the same page. Nothing as terrible as the same institution speaking different stories. Okay, we have our AA committee is well established, and from our AA committee we have campus committees. Remember, we have 3 campuses in 2 provinces. Now let me tell you, the one campus is Setswana, basically, and English. The other one is Sotho, Setswana, English, and Afrikaans. And then we have an English and Sotho campus, giving you the idea. They throw in a lot of Zulu people coming in now as well, and Xhosa speaking students. So there's a lot of diversity going on. Perhaps you guys are more aligned, more than perhaps one religion, one race, whatever. But diversity is so much more than where we come from. And keep that in mind in your chapters. Bear that in mind when you work with people. People's background, the way people interpret life, people's experiences. but also embrace diversity. Get different ages. Yeah, sometimes the old people speak long, and the young people are maybe not that responsible in the beginning, but that's where mentorship come in. But keep it interesting. Each bring its own flair and culture to our unitary institution. Understand the alumni roots and culture. If you understand and you really listen to the people you work for, you can serve them because you will know what is important to them. And that will differ again from region to region. I spoke about career empowerment workshops. This is something that came about the past 2 years after COVID. People are looking at the university, coming to events asking me, can you help me find a job? And it breaks my heart. So we have to be a partner after the university. We have to be a career partner, empowering, helping people, so that they know when I choose the university or vendor, they won't just leave me after they took my money and gave me a degree. They will really assist me trying to give me a career path. And you can't give them a job, but you might know people who can give them a job. You might know companies who can give them a job. A career fair is always a nice way of attracting people and also getting their input and buy-in, because you played a huge role in their life when they needed it. I hope I don't step on toes, convocation. But you know what? Sometimes a role is just a role. And a title is just a title. And you're not too good to help put our branding, shuffling tables around, driving stuff around. At the end, we need muscle and knowledge. But it's very important that we can see from each other that we are in this together. There's not, I just go to an event and then I start to criticize. And afterwards I see that it's 2 o'clock and the people are running around still trying to make things work. Roll up your sleeves. Serve others. You'll be amazed what good things might come to you. So, active help. Again, our Alumni Association is well informed on our annual performance plan. They understand the purpose of events and what we want to achieve. It's not a spray gun effect. I feel like a nice event, and then I just invite people and I wing it and I enjoy it. Go focused. What is important? What do we want to achieve? And don't tell me an event was very nice because everyone enjoyed it. That's not a measurement for any event. You send out a survey. Sometimes you hate the answers. Sometimes I look at surveys and then I swear, like in, shit, what else did they want? But then I realize again, and this is a joke with the alumni practitioner on the Mafeking campus. You don't host an event with 12 people and there's not enough meat. Yeah. You make sure there's meat. So small things that you learn and that you do better next time. Alumni Association gives input to the alumni relations plan, but they don't dictate. If we cross lines between governance, operations, and committee functions, there will be conflict. We all have a line. I have a job to do, they need to govern. Sometimes with governance, they need me, they ask, and there's certain things I can do. I do the operations, I need a speaker, I use you. Very important. Always fish from your own pond. Why should you get someone to come and be a speaker while you have graduates in the same field on your database available. Promote your own and recognize your own. And then, very important, reporting. We have to report. Because it shows you where did we come from, where are we now, and where are we going to. And a report shouldn't be a tool to be used against you, to slap you over the fingers. A report should be, okay, 90 people said they're going to attend, 12 attended. Clearly it's a problem. Who's to blame? That's not the question to ask. What happened? Why did people say they're coming and they didn't? Was it an assumption? Was it poor planning? Was it the venue? Was it a poor time of month? That plays a big role whether people will travel to any event, believe it or not. So yeah, that is in short how we do it. Tomorrow I'm going to speak to you guys more about the campus committee of the chapters, what we do, how we do it, which can also be very helpful for you. Take what you want and need, spit out the rest. But this afternoon is crucial when you go into that planning session. See it as if that's going to be your roadmap going forward. Be honest. Don't agree because you just want to go back to your hotel room. Give your inputs, bring your energy. Remember the culture you're working with. In other words, the feeling, the type of people. But most important is how can you use that to put your university even more on the map? Because ultimately that's why we're doing it. We are torch bearers. You're walking with light, showing, here I am. I'm from the University of Venda. And if you ever get into a convocation where you whisper it, get out. You're not the right person to promote that university. Hold your head high and the torch with the Venda name even higher. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicholas, for such a wonderful presentation. I think she deserves another round. Let me now open for questions and comments. Professor Mbande, let me take more hands. Oh, for now there's only one over there.
Program Director, thank you very much. I think I must also thank the speaker, my sister over there, for giving us this comprehensive presentation of information. I was just asking myself, regarding issues that you have highlighted, the activities that are happening at University of Northwest. And then I was whispering to my honorable professor here, to say, but these are good things, it's good for Univer and so on, but how do we make sure maybe I'm linking up with the comment or information shared by the VC with regards to students that are struggling to get their certificates due to outstanding fees. And I'm saying, University of Venda has got a huge piece of land, agricultural land there. Why can't they use it maybe 2 or 3 times per year as part of raising funds so that that money can be channeled towards those students who are owing the university? It is doable. At University of Columbia, they do that in the US. And why can't we adopt the same model? Because the land is there, you just need input, you need to do land preparation and put infrastructure and so on. Until such time wherein our friends from the School of Agriculture get out of the comfort zone and we try to help them. There are mechanisms that we can use to sort of elevate those activities. this is just a proposal or suggestion, Chair. I know maybe some of these things we can have discussion outside this room, but this is very, very important, especially if we want to sustain our financial activities at the University of London. Thank you.
Any other comment of Dr.
Oh, I'm Bodeb. Yes, thanks for the presentation and thanks for the time. Mine is very simple. You were talking about much of the Alumni Association. Here is chapters. When you say association, it simply means it's homogeneous. It's not in that province, in that area, in that place. It's the students who have been there. Can you clarify?
Sorry, yes, the presentation on the program is two-way. The one that asked, we must tell more about our association, which I did. So there's an alumni association with its own committee. Chairperson, terms and reference, the whole thing. And then out of that trickles the campus committees and the chapters. So tomorrow I'll speak a bit more about the chapters, but the exco of the Alumni Association comes from all over the country, which also helps. So, say for instance, you're on the Alumni Exco and you are situated in Mpumalanga, you are kind of the guardian for the chapters there. So we have chapters in Botswana, in Francistown, as well as in Gaborone. We have different people hosting them because that's how they wanted it. But then someone from the Alumni Association on the Exco is kind of like their go-to person. And it's usually someone who's also serving on the campus committee. I hope it's clear to you. That's the slide I basically missed, was the convocation, then the Alumni Association, then the campus committees, then we have the chapters, and at the bottom, because they're not at the top, they are the foundation, are the practitioners and Alumni Relations Office. Sorry, is that clear? Yes, ma'am?
So I wanted to ask around sustainability. So if we're fundraising for different objectives, let's say one is for postgraduate sustainable research and students that are owing some kind of a debt. So there's a notion that you cannot keep asking annually. And one of the reasons why higher education is unsustainable is because we keep asking for money, even for research and many other activities that have to keep the academic activities going. So is there any case study of a sustainable model that actually ensures that the money that you raise for that particular period can be invested, then the returns on that investment be used to fulfill the objective?
We give donors the opportunity to choose what they want to donate to. It can be technology for learners, it can be food, it can be research, it can be the infrastructure. There's a lot of things where they choose to give their money to, so they know where their money goes to. And it's true, the slice of the cake is just that big. But that's where the university should come in and give the priorities so that people can coordinate and collaborate. And that's why you don't have 20 people running around asking for money. It is a coordinated process so that it's targeted, first of all, and it's specific, but it's also done professionally. I mean, if you send me an email and then 2 days later someone else and then 4 days later, it creates the impression these people don't speak to one another. These people don't have a clue what the other hand is currently busy with. So coordination, communication on that matter, very important. But if you have something, for instance, say like the homecoming, you promote it as help students to be debt-free and receive their diploma. You're very clear about what people are supporting. And when they give, they have an option to choose. Because it depends what lies in your heart. People want options. People don't want to wonder what happened to their money. But the university should say, these are the available projects, this is our priorities. Again, your fundraising should be aligned with what your objectives are. You can't raise money for infrastructure, but that's not your biggest concern. Your biggest concern is putting out students who can enter the labour market, who can start to work. So that internally is something, there needs to be a model for that. Otherwise it's not going to be sustainable. Not everyone can run around. There should be someone saying, okay, I'm whoever from this chapter, I have very good relations with this and this and this CEO. I am going, on behalf of the university, asking. People cannot run around asking money. Did I answer your question, Matt?
Not entirely. How do you make the resource work for you long term? That's what I mean by sustainability. Like, for instance, is there a way in which you can perhaps invest that resource and utilize the returns instead of using the actual donation?
Yes, sorry, yeah. That you can do. I'm not really clued up on that. The furthest I go is, this is what we received, and then it goes on. Because there are tax implications and a lot of things as well. And then the way in which it should be invested. I know there are certain rules and how that you can choose how the interest pay out, etc., etc. But I'm not clued up on exactly how. You know that part where I said, it's way above my pay grade.
Sorry, can I try now?
Yes.
So, I think that is a very important point. It seems the reason why I was speaking to strategy and strategic sort of objectives. So one of the issues that the university has realized is that we do not have our subsidy get paid in sort of April. So from January to sort of April, we must find funds to keep the institution, running, which we have over the last couple of years done very successfully without any assistance from elsewhere. So your point about sustainability, because in our case we don't have donors and funders around us that we can run to. So what we have started to sort of look at is to start to create what we want to call a sort of endowment fund. So an endowment fund would speak to what you were saying, where we are starting to put small little bits of money away, invested cleverly, so that it can then create an income by itself. But that is to assist, as much as we are concerned about students not being able to pay fees, it's got a definite effect on the operations of the university, because there need to be an institution to provide sort of education. So therefore, as sort of convocation, you also need to be clear. When you raise funds, it would be homecoming for, say, students that are suffering, and can't pay fees. But you might have other events that speak to other strategic objectives, sort of the university. One of those that we are looking at now, we're still in the planning phase, that's why I didn't mention it earlier. But we are now busy creating a sort of garden on campus that we could treat that would be aimed at addressing different issues. I said some of them that already with the president of the sort of convocation. So what we are hoping to do is that we would have an area where staff and students could have to sit down, to have discussions. You might have coffee shop here and there, and so on, in such a sort of garden. But what we have started to want to do is then to offer sort of alumni, the sort of opportunity to sponsor benches. You know, like you would have a bench in the garden, we would have a little plate with your name, we would put a fee to that, so that you then forever would know that I have sponsored something. But that would then be also a fundraising event for us to then do something else with that with those funds. So the sort of advancement office is then sort of created to sit more sort of creatively with the alumni to then start to look at, you know, different funding, so that we can then go to what she has just said, that we don't all go to the same donor and funder, you know, and they see me today, they see you tomorrow, and, you know, we then create issues. So we have started to realize that, and we are busy, you know, sort of trying to find, you know, ways sort of around that sort of particular issue. But I think your strategic session and this particular session is coming at the right time, because you could now also assist us, you know, with our own thinking, and we can work jointly on how then to sort of address those different issues. Thank you very much.
This is the last time before we close.
Thanks very much. The question that I'm going to raise has been answered by the DVC with regard to coordination. But I just want to, I will still ask it all the same. What is your experience? You are located, and by the way, the DVC is very much important that you mentioned that whole issue of being rural-based rather than being a rural university, because it ended up being some kind of you know, this heavy necklace that we carry ourselves around. The same way that we're called historically disadvantaged and all that. We have to uplift that. We can't continue to be emerging. We have to go above ground. So my question to you is, you are located in the Platinum Belt. So it's quite important that there's to be coordination. If Northwest University goes to Stephen Stillwater or vice versa, and tomorrow University of Venda pitches, you know, what is the state of play there? What is your experience dealing with the mining companies that are located in the Northwest? I know for a fact that there are several of our alumni who are in the Northwest, and a whole lot of them have asked me, can we come to this event today? One of them owns a mine in the Northwest. So you know, the resources are there, but now we don't want to jeopardize our chances to lay our hands on this small pie and also spoil the good work that you are already doing. So then, is there any way that you can share experiences with us on how we can go about coordination? Thank you.
I'm in the friend raising business. So my job is to make friends. And then we have a fundraising department who's basically handling funding and donors, etc. Our experience with the mines are mostly they are very inclined and very happy to give bursaries. So they invest in future employees. There's not millions coming in from mines, contrary to what people might think. And you must remember, when it comes to the social corporate responsibility of mines, they have to start basically leaving the communities they're in better off than when they found them. So yeah, we might perhaps be their first choice, but there's no harm in asking. I mean, it's not a competition. At the end, it's about the company deciding what are their objectives. Who do we want to give for and the reason why. So I always say, ask. You never know if you didn't ask. The pie is very small, but yeah, I can't say to you, no, leave them alone. That's in the Northwest. We go all over the world, and we are in Gauteng, and everywhere. Our donors are globally. But sometimes with companies, it's easier to ask for bursaries, pay a student's tuition fees, than giving us. And then also, and I know they're going to kick me, but you spoke about the benches. I pitched the same thing on our campuses, where we even named the lanes, the roads, and the parks. But another thing where you can go to a mining company, asking them to pay for the naming rights of a building. Then it's the Nashua building, or it's the ShopRite lecturing hall. So there are many ways of asking and getting that money, because you also have a very small alumni pool. It's not that there are millions, like in America. Those universities raise $100 million a year from alumni. In South Africa, that's not going to happen. So we have to be a bit more clear. But like the park, perhaps there's an agricultural company in your vicinity. You go to them and you say, listen, we call this park, I don't know, Invest and Envy a car, I don't know who's operational there. You help us. You help us with the irrigation, you help us with the grass, and we name this park after you. And you get companies to come and say, listen, 2 or 3 trees, come and plant indigenous trees. We will put up, these trees were sponsored by SPA or whoever. And that's how you can get your park going. It's not really money you see that will keep the lights on, but it's for all those nice to haves that's so important at a university.
Thank you so much, Nicolis. I think we have now come to the end of our session. Let me check with PC if we have a last one. Okay. Thank you so much, and I'm so sorry, Professor Francis. We are not doing well in terms of time. We are now breaking for lunch, and I'm told lunch is served here. After the, I think from here we go to left, right? Yeah. And we are...
We are not at a funeral. At a funeral, that's where we pretend like we are so solemn, we are so worried that someone went. When deep down in your heart, you might be celebrating that this person is gone. So intelligent gossiping is just a simple concept. I know once you say gossiping, people will open their ears. But if I say networking, it's one of those, whatever. So intelligent gossiping, if you want to be an intelligent gossip, or a gossiping club of, people who are very intelligent in gossiping, when you get into platforms like this, you will actually strategize and say, well, now you are going to sit with the high-field group, well, now you are going to sit there, so that you harvest new gossips. When you go back to your usual gossiping club, you have more time to share all those gossips that you harvested. So basically what it means is that when you go into a platform like this, you need to learn from each other. So that when you go back to your own chapter, you now can actually illuminate that space. So basically I'm saying I'm not seeing intelligent gossipers here. I'm not seeing them. We always want to follow each other. Then the second thing that I also want us to talk about, you had a presentation from the colleague from the Northwest. She came here with the intention that you guys will intelligently borrow whatever they are doing. You cannot get everything line, hook, and sinker about what's happening, but you can look at that and say, how do I now take this and deploy it in our own space? it's important that you know this. Then, before I go very far, now, please don't worry about the program. I know where we will get. We have already lost time, but we shall recoup that time. I'm requesting that I have just 7 people in front. 7. At random. If you don't volunteer yourself, I will do it for you. That's how I operate, yeah. Just 7 people. When I don't want you in front, because you know what I'm about to do. Okay. Yes. 7, eh? Let's continue. The last time I checked, everyone was gifted with legs. You can walk. 7 people, please. Let's start moving. Let's start moving. 7. Do you know how to count? Do we now have 7 people in front? 7, 7, 7. Mr. President, I'm volunteering you because I'm seeing you don't want to volunteer. So okay? So how many are you now? 6. There are 6, eh? I want one more.
8.
No.
What are you
this time I want Dr. Martin. I want Dr. Martin in front. I like that he's walking briskly. So now we are 7, eh? Now we are 7 in front. Imagine if these people I have invited to come to the front, they would come here and then I would say, each one of you is getting 1 million, 1 million, 1 million. How are you going to react, those of you who do not want to volunteer? Eh? You get what I'm saying? So this is very normal. You get to any situation, you want people to volunteer to do anything. It's only a tiny group of people who volunteer genuinely. You know, when she was presenting and you guys you said you are all volunteers. A volunteer will always volunteer. But this time the majority refused to volunteer, including my friend Weshku. He refused to volunteer. I'm inviting. Okay. Now there's also something else which is emerging. I said come to the front, 7 people. Do you see where they are huddled? I did a corner in a small space very close to each other. I simply said come to the front, 7 of you. I would have expected them to be here. You know, like, all that. There's always this tendency of wanting to club together. In some situations, you find when they come here, they will form a straight line. It's the first time I have not seen a clear straight line when they come, whenever I do these things. But there is some form of an order, the way they are. Now, the next thing that I want to do with these people, and we shall talk about why we are doing this. May we come maybe here where there's more space and kindly form a circle.
Form a what?
You know what a circle looks like? Circle is in C-I-R-C-L-E. Establish that circle.
Dr. Martin is doing an over.
Let's form a circle. And this is going to be very interesting. Very, very interesting. The exercise I'm going to give them, I don't want you to disturb that mic. You see, these people have created a problem for themselves. I simply said, come and form a circle. They decided to have that microphone, Now, so this exercise, what I would want you to do, and please stick to the instruction. You know how to follow instructions. When I say move, okay, you move across and grab this one person you are targeting and who you want to talk to. If you have not found anyone to talk to, please don't go ahead and disturb those who have found each other. Okay? So already, if you check now, you see, even those who are in executive management don't know how to follow instructions. I've not issued an instruction already. And that's not what I said we should do. Okay, so if I say move, you go grab this person, who you want to grab. And then when I say stop, you go back where you were, and then I will do it for the second time, then we will talk about it.
Okay. So, can we move?
I said two. Remember? I said you only get one person and you talk to that person.
Yeah,
I never said you three. So two people. Doesn't matter. Okay, so anyway, remember the instruction. The instruction was go grab this person and have a short conversation. When I say stop, you go back where you were. So please, okay, so colleagues, I want you to be watching what's happening. Okay? I want you to be watching what's happening. Okay, go back to where you were. Stop. Stop. Let's go back to where you were. Stop.
Where was I?
Okay, let's do it one more time. Move. So I think we are done. We are done for this exercise. I want us to talk about what we have been seeing here. Yeah. Now I want to start with, it's very interesting. Dr. Martin and his cap. In the last whatever, he could not find a partner. How did you feel?
How did I feel?
How did you feel when the first time I could see, she was even smiling, I had to say, I have him here as an executive manager. I'm with him. Now you are on your own. How did you feel?
Yeah, no, it doesn't feel good.
Doesn't feel good. Now I want you were the first one. How did you feel when you went into that group, then you were told, no, we are already 2 here, and you were just standing there. Yeah, how did you feel?
Yeah,
Is it what? Even the mic is refusing to.
I actually felt bad, I felt like an outsider, especially having to run to Mr. Makatu, and I grabbed him first, but then he
was on his way.
I was like, let him go, it's fine.
Yes. So I think without wasting a lot of time, let's say, how many alumni chapters do we have? Or let's assume that this is one alumni chapter. It's the IFEL. You are the chairperson. The Secretary General, all these different positions.
Ordinary member.
Ordinary member. Now, what we've just seen here, there will come a time in your chapter when you feel lonely, when they leave you out of things that will be happening. The question is, what will you do when they are leaving you out on your own? Okay? I'm just trying to highlight. We can talk about all the things that we want to plan and implement and do whatever it is. There will come a time when you are on your own. You might find that everyone else does not even want to do what you agreed on. And you might find that the chairperson might end up doing the work of the secretary, the work of whoever, and so forth. When things go wrong, they will all come back and say he's a dictator. And yet they disappeared. When you get money, when he gets money, everyone else will come back. To say, he can't, use all this or use all. So that time shall come. Now, what is also important is, I wonder what you were discussing when we are in your tools. Those things will also happen. You have those people who you favor to spend most of your time with. When I was saying, grab whoever you want across the whatever, normally you go to someone you are comfortable having, time with. Now, you might spend a lot of time talking to your usual club. I was talking about your gossiping clubs. Even within your chapters, you might be already gossiping. Gossiping big time, creating commotion within those chapters and so forth. You need to watch out for those things. How do you deal with them? there will also be conflicts that will emerge as a result of some of the things that we do with it. How do you prepare yourselves for that? These are things that when we now start doing our planning, let's think about these things and say, how do we plan for some of these risks of us being put together? You might find that in your chapter, I don't know how your chapters are composed. You might find that the bulk of the people might be coming from the sciences in that chapter or from the commerce and so forth. And you find it easier to gravitate around those who are in your own discipline, whilst these other ones are sort of marginalized. And bit by bit, you'll be claiming that there's a complete chapter, and yet there are only 2 or 3 people who constitute that chapter. The rest only come when you come for workshops like this, but no work. Now, these ones have played their part, okay? Colleagues, you can go back and take seats. Whilst they are going back to take their seats, I want 4 people in front. I want 4 people in front. This time, Mr. President, you see, Mr. President, I want you in front. You know why I want you in front? Because you are my son. And you see, as a father, I dictate. So I want you in front. Okay? Right. Who else do I want in front? No, we are not yet done. He has to volunteer. No, I want you now in front. May I have you in front? You have volunteered yourself. Okay, may I have, what am I? May you also come in front? And then, Renai, take your smile to the front. Please. Right. I want us again, let's have our eyes and ears open. You see what I was telling you? I said, come to the front, a nice straight line. It refuses to be a straight line the last time. Now it has come. Without telling them that this is what should happen. Now, why do you think I brought you in front?
They want to give us $1 million.
$1 million. You can't get $1 million from someone who does not even have a rand. Here's another thing that I want to. Maybe let's start here. Right, I want to find out from you, colleagues who are seated down. What can you see? Huh? Who is seeing a dot? Raise your hand. Be confident. You are seeing a dot, eh? How many of you are seeing a dot?
I'm seeing a white paper.
Okay, he's seeing a white paper. The others are seeing a dot. Eh?
I'm seeing a white paper with a dot.
A white paper with a dot? Mm-hmm. What, Deputy President, what are you seeing? A circle. Which circle now? A traffic circle. Okay. Now, you see how varied your responses are. You are all seeing the same thing. I'm disappointed that you saw the paper. Because normally, we all see this dot. You look for these hidden things when the obvious things are staring you in the face. Everyone was saying we saw a dot. I think the bulk of you saw the dot, but not the paper. You get it? Now, in your own small spaces where you will be working again, you might not appreciate the strengths of your colleagues who are there. And all the other things that are so obvious to you, you only look for faults. And then you run towards those faults and you spend all your energy looking at this person, there are these faults and whatever. You don't see the asset that this person is. Okay? So again, be worried. When you do your things, think about the bigger picture. What are you trying to achieve as an alumni association? One time you might have a small dispute within your structure. You wanted to start your meeting at 9. The chairperson did not turn up, only arrived at 9:30. And it becomes a big issue. An issue where you spend a lot of time there, veins and arteries stand on end. Very angry. Why did you? It's like you have to die for, coming so late. We also have our own work to whatever. So there are certain things which are unavoidable. Sometimes things happen not because we plan, they happen by mistake. And we need to be able to understand that these things always emerge. But what I want to happen now, I now want to give these colleagues of mine this thing. And I want them to tell me what they are seeing, each and every one of them. And as they do that, I want you to be observing the dynamics in the group, okay? And then you tell me what you are seeing as well. Please stand on either side. Okay? Yeah. What am I about on the other side? You stand there. Right. So in the next 15 seconds, tell each, figure out what you are seeing and tell your group what you are seeing. Okay, are you done? You've all seen what you want to see. Okay? Please, on top of your voice, what you have seen.
Fingers.
You've seen fingers?
Yes.
Your fingers on the ground?
Yes, on the ground.
But they are on your hand. Now you're not talking to me. You're talking to everyone here.
I see 3.
You see 3? Okay?
No, myself, I see E.
You see E?
Yes.
Okay?
I see the letter M.
See the letter M. So we've seen fingers, we've seen the letter E, we've seen the letter M, and we've seen a 3, isn't it? Now the question is, who is wrong or who is right out of all of them?
They are all right.
They are all right. How can they all be right? You see me right now. When you see me, who are you seeing? Are you seeing a 3? Are you seeing an M? Are you seeing a... Who are you seeing right now?
It's a W.
It's a W. Okay, so you are saying no, none of them is wrong. Is there anyone who is out of all of them, who do you think has got the best answer?
The 3 of them except the
So the 3 of them, except the fingers. Maybe what he did say was the fingers are drawn on the piece of paper. But what is important again, remember we talked about the dot a short while ago. And I talked about how we only look for these things that are hidden. Right now they've decided not to see the paper. You see, it's just a short while ago when we were talking about the paper. They elected to see the fingers. They elected to see the letter M, but they did not see the paper. Okay? So these things are very, very normal. And please don't think that we are wasting time. When we now go into our breakaway groups, okay, you are going to have divergent views. Okay?
Yeah.
The questions will be there, open-ended. When you discuss, there are those who cannot keep their mouths shut. It's just impossible. No matter how much you try, they will, out of a short time, they might, once you call them to order, they might be quiet, but it won't take long. In no time, they will always be in the forefront. So we don't want a situation where when you go into your groups, you allow those domineering characters to dictate what you are going to present to us. It must be that group, the views of that team that we've put in a group to tell us what you think, okay? In equal measure, in the same groups again, there are those who no matter how try to jack them to say something, they would rather keep their mouths shut. They will never say anything. So, again, in those small groups, please encourage each other to share. We cannot have leaders who can't talk. Okay? All of us here are leaders. Whether you are a treasurer, whatever, we can't have leaders who will not talk or who feel intimidated. So it's important that we go in there. Now, what I want these people to do I want each one of you, now maybe this is the bigger picture again. You might go back to your Capricorn chapter, what are they? And you are going there, you want to present to your alumni who are at home, who are not in the structure. You are likely to take different messages home. But those messages is what you have actually distilled from the workshop. Some will say, no, that is not correct. That is not what came out. Don't you know this person and so forth. So what is important is that before you go back to give feedback to those members who are back home, come together, consolidate one report, sharing all these different perspectives, so that when you present, you are presenting a collective position. Okay? This is not about trying to position myself to be the next chairperson of the chapter, because I was seen to be the one who looked like the cleverness of the Lord. This is about the whole team. Okay? Even when you come up with the action plan tomorrow, we must all grab that action plan to say, this is our action plan. Not that it was for the executive of convocation. They brought something and they just shoved this, around us. So what I want you people to do now, I want you to take what you saw and go and sit down. Take what you saw and go and sit down. The instruction is clear. I don't want you to continue standing here. So just imagine you have all worked together. You have now managed to pool these resources. And these guests, you are invited guests, eh?
No.
What are you?
I'm the deputy chairperson.
Right. And this deputy chairperson, we were together when we mobilized all these resources. When it was time now to share, the deputy chairperson ran away with all the things that we got. Imagine what would happen. Imagine what would happen. Yeah. Imagine what would happen. Eh? All that I'm saying is that these things are so normal in our day-to-day life. But unless someone tells you that these are things that are happening and they can cause commotion, they will continue to happen. So all I'm trying to make you do, in fact, we can do so many other games and talk about. What we are looking for here is our alumni chapters that are intact. And what are those things that are likely to split you apart? We want a situation when you come, we are seeing this one intact alumni chapter. What we're talking about here can even happen in convocation. And if it happens at your level, it's worse. Because we are supposed to be the ones who go everywhere. Imagine once that cancer starts here, that cancer will be broadcast everywhere. It will be a seed that will now characterize the universe, like alumni chapters. Is that what you want? I just want to find out from you. How do you want to be remembered that day when we come to your funeral? I'm not saying I will not die before you. I'm only saying that day when people come to your funeral, you hear is no more. And that day we are coming and those songs, we come now in our funeral best, you see people go to the shops to get the best, to go and send you to meet with the Lord. Whether with the Lord or with Satan, we don't know. But the question is, how do you want to be remembered? Do you want to be remembered with this person who was so divisive? Do you want to be remembered with this person who went into convocation because you thought maybe there's an opportunity for tenders? Now when I'm in convocation, I'm closer to them. Do you want to be remembered with that type of person? I'm trying to cement what the lady from Northwest was talking about, to say the question is about what can we do for the university, the institution. It's not what is it that the institution can do for me. Okay? So I always tell people that myself, I say anything that I want to say because I know we are here and I have the power. At the moment, I have the power to say what I want to say. So now, if you want to know how a shoe fits, what do? Fit it. So you then ask the person who is wearing the shoe, isn't it? How is your shoe fitting? You don't ask the person who manufactured it or the company. You ask the person who is wearing the shoe. So right now, you are the ones on the ground, this convocation, alumni chapter. So we are here to ask you about what you are doing in your specific spaces, so that together we can now have a common understanding of the direction we want to take. This is about that group. If you want to know how best to kill or to destroy lice, you know lice? You go and ask the person who goes and sleeps on a bed which is, infested with lice. Those are the ones who go and ask. And if you were to give them the responsibility to go and kill the lice, they will kill the lice with passion. So again, after the planning, the responsibility, the action plan that we are going to develop is your responsibility to go and implement. You know your challenges. And when it comes to implementing, we expect you to be implementing this with passion. Then they also say that the people in the field are closest to the problem. So the problem we are trying to deal with, when I was discussing with Maleba in the meeting we were told that there are chapters that are dysfunctional. Is it true? They are now looking at me. Secretary General and President, why are you seated next to each other? Should I come and find out from you, Comrade Mafumi? Or I should ask your Secretary General? Why are you seated next to each other? I want to understand.
Well, the time we came in, we just came inside.
You just came in this side. What time did you come in?
After everybody had went inside.
Okay, so those were the only seats that were available. You know what I'm trying to say here? Sylvester was once the president of SRC. Okay? You are now the current president of SRC. When you were, maybe you were not in, Rina, you were once in the cabinet. Okay? You are now the Secretary General. When you come into spaces like this, when you are brought in to interface with your alumni chapters, the idea is that you are the current person now. Go and learn from these people, sit next to them, and get a little bit of the experience that these people had. And then you can infuse your own ideas now on how to lead the students. You get what I'm saying? But I'm not saying go and learn about how they were managing to mobilize students to close the main gate so that when Francis does not enter, go and work. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about you intelligently borrowing, getting those things that develop you into this leader who we can be proud of. People were talking about pride, isn't it? So it's not about, are you the best in saying, Amandla, like what we are always saying. It's about what is it that we are doing in terms of student politics. That's why next year or the year after, you might find yourself in another alumni chapter. What is it that we've planted, back? Let me not digress, but I thought, remember I said you are all my children. So even when you go to the campus, I'm your father. You don't tell your father not to go home. Allow him to go in and do what he's supposed to do. Then, there's something I want to say here. The wrong bus syndrome. What do you think it is? Maybe let's not waste too much time. Who are the environmentalists here? I'm not going to ask you a question. Because sometimes this is why people will never raise their hands. Who are the environmentalists? They are here. You know about Matai Wangari? You remember him? The man who was a serious environmentalist in Kenya, who then rose to become a minister. She became an international icon. She won this Nobel, awards and so forth. So she wrote a book. And in that book, she's lamenting how leadership in Africa has actually betrayed citizens. It has betrayed citizens in the sense that the people followed their leaders. During the liberation struggle, you invested so much to make sure that we are liberated. We thought we were one. When we attained democracy, and please, I'm not talking about South Africa here. I'm saying Africa. Okay? When we attained democracy, these leaders decided to do their own things. And the people were still following them, believing that they are taking them to what we promised each other when we were fighting the colonial apartheid system. So that issue again can easily come into your own space. When you believe so much that your leadership, there are no leaders without followers. Okay? There are no leaders without followers. So don't sheepishly follow, even when you realize you never know whether this bus is going to plunge into a sewage pond. And you can't swim. It goes into the sewage pond and you start sinking and you are in that bus because you're just following this leader. What I'm simply saying is that don't just follow a leader because this person is a leader. Some leaders need also to be guided. That's why you've got different expertise in your chapters. How do we assign responsibility to people who lead things where their capabilities are? Don't give me a position to be, something that I know I will never be able to do. You are actually planning to fail. So when you align, you give yourself, as we plan and you assign responsibility, assign the responsibility to those who you know is your best foot forward for those things. Now, as we get to the last part, which is very interesting, before we now go into the groups. All that we've been talking about is integrity so far. We've been talking about elements of integrity. Now, there are so many questions you will need to ask yourself. In the morning, I was hearing people talking about reputation. Your own reputation as an individual. The reputation of the institution you are representing. There was talk that you are ambassadors. But how ready are these people to play the ambassadorial role? Are you ready to be deployed as an ambassador? If you are ready, what is it that makes you think that you are ready? If you are not ready, what is it that is missing in you? Where are we going to get that so that you can become this ambassador? So, what we expect? We expect the fact that you are going to be the best representation of yourself. Now, are you a brand? That's the question. Are you this brand that everyone wants to run towards? This one we can even confirm. When we orientate our students, when they come into the Institute for Rural Development, I tell them that I am cocky. I raise my head up there and I tell them, I am here because I want to be the best professor at Unifair. You get what I'm saying? I will tell them, I want to be the best professor at Unifair, and I will do almost all the things that I think will make me the best professor at Unifair. But Unifair is not the last destination. So when these students come, we tell them, when I'm Zans, you are coming as a master's student. There are only 2 master's students on campus. There's Mzansi and others. You get what I'm saying? There's Mzansi and others. Now, the moment you do that, and you are declaring openly that there are these 2, it's like you're telling everyone that I'm the best, like wherever you go. it then gives you this desire to say, I must do something to show everyone that indeed I am the best. We see in terms of what we are doing. So it's like you're putting them at a level where you put pressure on them to go and work very, very hard. So what is also important is that in your own, you must be able to say, we are these chapters that have been launched. There are only 2 chapters. It's us in Waterberg and others. Okay? The ones in November will also say there are only 2 chapters, us in November and others. And it goes on like that. And then you start having positive competition where you are able to exchange. You know, when you do this, it is not like what we used to do when we were in primary school or in high school. When you are writing a test, your head is like this. You don't want the person who is next to you to be seeing what you are doing. In this case, you have to learn from each other and help each other to grow. You might be a candle that is in the room, which is lit. The rest of the candles in the room are extinguished. But you want the room to be brighter. What do? That candle which is lit will be able to light all the other candles in such a way that by the end of it all, the whole room is what? It's bright and so forth. This is exactly how you need to also see what's happening. Not these things we're saying, that one. You know, I remember when we were still in high school and so we said, that one is no data. You know, data is like, it knows nothing. You know, that's another learner said, that one, you know, is useless and so forth. And you leave them alone and you start clubbing around those who you think are the best. When that happens, you are not helping yourself. So it's important that we help each other. The other question is, are you honest and open in what you do? That's integrity. Do you take responsibility for your own actions, whether they are positive or negative? Are you accountable for your own actions? Do you respect yourself? And I've got a very small lesson. I was raised by a grandmother, a maternal grandmother. And what she always said was, in this home, she was widowed. In this home, when you see people coming when you are about to eat and you have cooked food, you don't start closing doors and run all over and hide food in different corners and so forth, waiting for those people to go, and then you will pull out the food when the people are going. Here we share. So no matter how little the food is, we share that food. Okay? When you go out there and you see someone my age, that is your grandmother. When you see someone who is small, that's your young brother, your young sister, your whatever. So that sense of community, very crucial, I think, even for ourselves. How do we build networks? You were talking about communication. If you decide to communicate that which you think you want to communicate, but you hide the other information, you are not different from what my grandmother was telling us not to do. When you hide certain information, which is very important for everyone. The other thing is that, do you help those in need? We've already heard about donations here. We can't be going out there and ask people to donate when I can't even donate a rand. Okay? You can't go out there and start asking people, give us, when you are not giving even a single rand. In addition to that, are you reliable? When we sit down and agree on anything, can I take you for your word? Are you reliable in what you do? If you agree on anything, don't worry, I'm going to make you pay the 1 million. At least right now I'm holding the mic, shows that I have power. Okay. Yeah. Also, are you flexible in what you do? There are those people, once you put a plan, it's rigid. This is what you're supposed to do. A plan is a working document. When you try to operationalize it, you might find that you want to tweak it in such a way, you still have the same goal, but you might have to do it in a slightly different way, but with the same intention. Do you have strong work ethics? Some of us are said to be slave drivers. And I remember you were one of them who was saying I was a slave driver. Yeah, they used to say we're slave drivers. Because you force them. When we agree that you give me this thing next week, you must give me when you promise. Don't wait until after. You then tell me, I couldn't do it. At least you must tell me well in advance that I can't. What am I about asking for reports? I can assure you get so many excuses. When the reports, you say, we report every quarter, you report, say, the first quarter paid 1 March, the second quarter, whatever. You start getting excuses around 15 April. I couldn't submit this first quarter report because there was all these things and so forth. You don't come and apologize after having killed. Isn't it? If you have killed the person, this person you will never resuscitate this person. You are now coming to apologize. What are you apologizing for? It doesn't bring back the person to life. So, do you have strong work ethics? Are you ethical in your decision making? There are those decisions that are made in darkness, without others. And then when you go to the group, it's like you appear like you are giving people an opportunity to decide, and yet all that you are doing is you are simply endorsing. We used to be in student politics, some of us, in our other lives. And we knew what our colleagues would do. You would go into your caucus, your comrades. You go, you plan, you know. When you are going to ask this person, when you are asking that person, you get to the student assembly there. You know very well the Secretary General is coordinating. You know, questions, comrades. You now know when they raise their heads, there is our person who is planted there. There's another one there. There's another one there. I don't want to hear that one. They start labeling students. They were elected on a student ticket. But when it comes that time, that one was DA. That one is ANC. That one is EFF. You know, this is what. So you start now doing all this, and you start creating these features. Even here, those things happen. You know, if you were once a student who was doing those things, we are claiming that we are creating future leaders. But what are the sort of characteristics we are making these people acquire in the course of doing? So once you start, manipulating decision making, when you are still a student, it becomes part of your DNA. You will then become even a minister or a councillor or a whatever, a mayor. You still continue along those unethical lines. So all we are saying is, remember we're talking about the reputation, your own reputation of the university. So those types of decision making, if it happens like that, it creates problems for us. So now let me conclude before we get into I now want many people in front so that we do the last exercise. I know Dr. Martin doesn't want to come. This time, Mozart, I want you in front. Watch Kudo, I also want you in front. My dear friend, I was not going to call you. I was not earmarking you. Yes, please, let's come in front. The same applies to the daughter who is going out. Bye-bye. Can we, please, let's move faster so that we...
So you are competing with stomachs now.
Well, it's not me who is saying that. I also want you to go and compete. It's not they say birds of the same feather. So go there and join them. So what's Secretary General? You can't do both there as well.
It doesn't want to lose that one.
Doesn't want to lose, eh? Okay, who else? Ma'am, please, can you smile? Right, so smile was going in front. Even though I'm disturbing. Ma'am, I also like your smile. Can you take it in the front? And this time I want Wilhelmina as well. Doesn't matter. You ride from there. Please go. What else? Yeah. I think now I think I want you. Thank you so much. Yes, I had to go to the bank. If I decide from the front, I might be given a good one. And here, what happened? What's happening? You were there. And where are you now? Okay, your friend there must join. Okay? This is two members already represented. Yeah. Which other? I don't say yeah, I can even call you. Who else do I want?
Nemakula.
Yeah, Nemakula, I told him, no, I will take you to DC if you don't go in front. Yeah? Okay. I told you want to go in front. Thank you so much. You can even down your water as you go front. And ma'am, why are you so quiet?
She's tired of sitting.
She's tired of speaking or sitting. So please, may you kindly re-energize yourself. Okay, please join. I was not ignoring you, I was respecting you. Right, please, let's go. Who else has not been there? You know what so much happens when you go to a workshop and you sit, you don't say a word. The moment you want to talk to the person next to you, you find them doing this. It means you have allowed all the gases to accumulate in the mouth without talking. So when you see some of us talking a lot, we are trying to free ourselves so that when I talk to you, so ma'am, we were not in front. You are a chairperson. You kindly go and chair that group. Thank you.
The whole law felt is...
Yes, it doesn't matter whether it's the whole law field. Right, continue. Yeah, should be the last one. I preferred the height to come last. Right, again, who's taking photos? Do you see how nice the line is? Very nice line. I was telling you, we like order, but we are disordered. When you are supposed to put order, we don't put that order. But when you are told to just do, so why are you standing in a straight line? It started with the two stomachs. Why are we in that? Yes, I can see Advocate Nemkura decided to deploy himself to the other side. Then Olamura decided to say, no, that one is mine. It looks like me, let me also join. Okay, so colleagues, I want you to come again. I love circles. Just come here, I want to show you something. Let's form a very nice circle, even though the space might not be so well. It's very nice circle. Now, this is the most important exercise. Everything else you can ignore. I'm now just trying to consolidate what we're doing. Right. How does it feel right now when you are in a circle like that? How does it feel?
No, we feel secured.
You feel secured. So you were not secured when you were in a straight line.
You were exposed.
Who exposed you? The straight line. But you are the ones who established the straight line. You exposed yourself.
You were instructed.
Now, Deputy Chair, did you ever come to the front?
No.
I was waiting for you.
Okay.
I want you to join the queue. Right. The exercise I'm going to have right now, they are in a circle. Why is it that all the ladies are next to each other apart from both the ladies? Or and that lady? I'm not saying move. I'm not saying move. We were waiting for you. We want you to go and tell the MEC something when you go back. May you join the circle, please. Yeah, leadership. Yeah, I see these things on Facebook. Leadership. So I want them to provide leadership in the circle. Okay, right. What I want to do, and colleagues, I want us to really have our eyes and ears open in terms of what's going to happen now. I'm going to demonstrate something. May you go and get closer to your side.
Okay.
Yes. This is fine. So I want you to look at what I'm going to do now. It's not because I like to handle a lady's hands. That's not the reason. So you see what I've done now? Can you see clearly what I've done?
Yes.
What have I done?
You have closed the two gentlemen out.
What I told you about closing out, instead of saying you have held the hands of these two gentlemen. I've skipped the two gentlemen. So I'm saying I want you to observe. So, when I step out of this circle, you will not be with me in the circle, you will be on your own. I want you to follow suit so that everyone in this circle will have his or her hands in the same manner that you are seeing now. Can you see what I've done? So I'm stepping out, and I want to make sure that everyone, when I'm out, all your hands will be holding people on either side. Now you'll be without me, so I've shown you what you need to do.
No, we don't fight you. We don't
Are you all now, are you handling a person on either side?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
How do you feel?
I'm locked.
Yeah, look.
Very strong.
Okay, I'm hearing that everyone is locked.
Yes.
But I never gave you any lock. Okay, so are you free?
No, but most of us are free except for Advocate Yomukul, that is
So what I'm hearing is that you are not free. The next instruction is, without letting go on either side, I would want you to work out how you can free yourselves. Your hands must remain, like on both sides. So I want you to, until you tell me that you are now free.
Our hands must work.
Please don't cheat here.
Jump each other.
You can. You see problems.
No.
Do the same, even
Yes.
put the hands down.
Now I'm outside.
Okay, I think in order not to waste more time, do you think the situation you are in right now, there has been some change?
No.
There's no change. Are you still where you were from the beginning?
No.
You have changed your position?
Yes.
So basically the story here, did you notice what was happening?
Yes.
When I left them, there was a bit of quietness. And then they started talking, others assumed the leadership. When I go down, and whatever. Yeah, all these things are, so I left them, this is a problem that they were having. And they were trying all sorts of strategies on how to solve the problem. You will never have a strategy that will solve your problem absolutely. You will solve it up to a certain point. And then you have to rethink what else do we need to do to make sure that we continue to improve the situation. Right now we've been told that most of your alumni are not functioning to expectation. Okay? So this is the problem that we're trying to, we've introduced some actions here to say, would this make the alumni chapters perform better? So now we are in a much better situation. But you were also saying, there's no way we are going to, he was convinced. You You kept on looking at me. There's no way we are going to be. In your discussions again, there will be those who will be telling you that there's no solution to this problem. So the question is, would you believe those ones? You are not letting go. Yes, not yet. I have not given you the instructions. See, yeah, so it also requires outsiders to come to your space to also try to help you, to take you to another level. So that outsider is myself now. There are 3 possible solutions to to what I've done now. The first one is you could have, depending on how you were tying yourselves on either side. If you had followed my instruction the way it was, you would either have the letter 8, okay? Or you would have one small circle inside and a bigger one. So it's like you have 2 circles, one small one inside and another one out. Or you would have one big circle, like the way you started. So let's try and see how far we can go. Now I'm going into the center. I'm your lead. Okay? Here I am. You are free. Okay? Let's do this. Okay? Let's do this. I want to free him so that the stomach is free. Yeah. Let's go down. Not you. These 2. Go down. And why do you come? Oh, yes. Come inside.
Where is this?
Wait. I want to see where the real challenge is. You can come. Go down. Okay? Yeah. Now you also do the same. Yeah. Go down. No, we'll sort it out. When I do this, the 2 of you go down. You go down. Down, please. What do we now have? 2 seconds. 2 seconds. So why are you not happy? Why not happy? So this is one of those solutions. So basically what this is saying, there are times when you think that we are so entangled with this serious problem, there's no solution to it. It only requires patience and sharing ideas among the whole group. And there is some form of a solution to it. And you need to communicate. You see, we're telling each other, leaders will even be born. People who you never taught it, the brain, they start telling you things like, hey, that was his idea. Or you might even find that, I think I saw you are the one who started and saying, let's get down and whatever. So you start finding pockets of leadership emerging. So now having said this, may I now allow you to go? I think they deserve a big round of applause. So colleagues, I had to spend a lot of this time making a lot of noise. Okay? I had to spend a lot of noise. The next step now, as the speakers who came before me were presenting, I was listening intently, and that's why I deliberately decided not to facilitate from the outset. I wanted to hear what are these presentations that are setting the tone, telling us, so that I can put some of these things together. And this evening, when you guys are enjoying the hospitality of Wash Cooper and his team, I can be working on something for tomorrow morning, so that by the time we go for lunch, we should be done with what we came here for. So we are not so late as far as I see it. But I'm not going to release you for tea if ever there's a tea break now. I'll only release you after I've given you my task. And I'll give you the time when I want the task completed. As to whether you go for tea or you continue working, that's not my problem. Okay? Whose problem is it? Ours. Your problem, eh? So, my role as a facilitator, underline that. I'm a facilitator, I am not a program director. The moment you write on the program, you say, oh, Francis is the program director, I refuse. I'm a facilitator. Because the program director will simply say, now so and so come in, now so and so come in. I don't belong to that space. I want to facilitate conversation, like what we're doing now. So I'm going to request that we form some groups now. How many are we here? Do we know how many we have from the attendance register? It doesn't matter. Do you think if we form 5 groups, we would have small enough groups to have proper conversations? Because I want to avoid a situation where once you have a very big group, there are those, with the cell phones. There are those who go to the periphery of the group and they'll be busy on their phones. They even pretend like someone is called them when they are the ones who are calling. So I want groups that are intimate enough for proper conversations and engagement. So there are 2 very significant exercises we are going to be doing. And I want the results of that work for my processing this evening. So that when I come in the morning, we've got some form of a draft action plan, which we can now interrogate in groups again tomorrow and fill gaps. And when we then come back to present again, we can now say, here is our action plan, which you will now take home. And by that time, I am no longer a student who takes homework, who goes and do homework. I was telling what I'm able to say, if I don't finish this year, it is him who will finish it when we go back to the camp. I now know how to give people homework, not for me to do it. So I came here to do the work, we'll do it here, complete it, and let people check their work. Let's talk about implementation after tomorrow. So there are 2 exercises we are going to have. If we are going to form 5 groups, how many members of the executive convocation are here? Hands up. We are not surrendering. The executive convocation. Who do we have? Is it only 4 of you?
We're supposed to be 7.
There's supposed to be 7.
Yeah, we also have the other 2 there.
Which ones?
Yeah, they are also members of the executive committee.
These ones?
Yeah.
I don't want them there.
Oh, okay.
I want them to have their own group. I'm not so sure whether Dr. Martin will be present.
No.
You will not be present. But do you know today I've got power, I have executive power. No, I understand, but this is the only time when I can show you that I have power. Okay. So I think what we'll do, let's form these five groups. So let's reverse the roles. You are 1. Are you happy?
Yes.
That you are 1?
Yes.
Not 1 as in executive. 2, 3, 4. No, that's fine. Let's form the groups. Then you can talk about it. Right. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay? Have you ever worked with Okone before?
Nah.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. What number are you? 7. Okay, 4, 5. I'm happy that I've split you. 5. Then again, 1, 2. Have you ever worked together?
Magato. We just did this at that time. We have never worked.
No, I'm asking him. Says 1. Which 1? You are 1. 1, 2. You have worked together before. We're in the SRC together.
Yeah, I was.
Okay, it's fine. Yeah, what I want to, I don't want a situation, there are these people who are in, we don't want to revisit those things that used to happen when you were in those places, but it's fine.
No, he was in the opposition.
You was in the opposition. Okay, so you are 2. What do we have here? 3. You are refusing to be, because you only want to carry your camera. So that's 3. What are you? Now, what are you? You are 4. Okay. Okay, 5. You are 1. Don't you know it?
I just met her today.
And you were speaking in Spain. Okay, so that's 1. Should I skip you? No, we should be in the group. So that's 1. Have you ever worked with bush people? No, I was sorry. I wonder why I was speaking. That is one pandemic. I'm looking at it. Yes, our sorry. So you're number 2, eh? Number 2, number 3, number 4. The cell phone is number 4. Number 4. Number 5, eh? Number 1. Do you work well with this is number 1? Number 1. Or with Zan? Okay, so 1, number 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. Is it part? Okay, so that's 3.
Yeah.
Then should we also count you? Yes. 4, 5, 1, 2. What are you now? 3, 4. My dear sons, do you want to be included in the group or you want your own group? Okay, you said you are 3, 4, you are 5, and then you are 1. So I think I'm going to ask Ramareba to send the exercise on the WhatsApp group. Are we? Do you all have laptops? But there are laptops. There must be a laptop in each group. Do you have anyone in group 1 with a laptop here? Okay, maybe we need flip chart. Can we get flip chart? Yes, so we go for the flip chart group then. So the exercise that we are going to do is very simple. It's very simple, and maybe just to quickly take you through, what it is. It's a very simple exercise. The first one, when you get old, please don't get to my age. If you want to get to my age, you have a problem. So when you find that you are approaching my age, tell the Lord to say, please promote me. So there are 2 exercises I'm going to give you. And we are going to rely a lot on what happened in the morning and your own experiences in your own chapters. Let me just see here what happened. The computer is misbehaving now. So I think what Ramareba is organizing, do you think the 5 groups can fit here? All you need to do is to move your chairs and form a nice circle, and then you start with us.
There's another room.
There's another room.
Yeah.
So maybe group 1, you can remain in group 1. How big is the other room?
Same as this one.
Same as this one.
Yeah.
So maybe we can have 3 groups here and 2 groups in the other room. So 1, 2, 3, you can remain here. 4 and 5, not outside, in the other room. So you will see the exercise is very simple. I'll move from one group to another. So let's not waste time, with me taking you there. So group 1, you can be here, group 2 can be in that corner, and group 3. Colleagues, group 1 here, group 2 on that side, and then group 3 there. It's you. Yeah, so they'll be there.
Group 2 here.
I'm requesting that I have my workshop back so that I can do what I'm supposed to do. Thank you very much for those of you who are here. What we are going to do now, we just want to get a sense of what happened in your groups. We don't have to all present. You see now. What's happening now? They've discovered each other.
We apologize.
May you hug each other for now?
Yes. No.
Each other so that this thing goes away. And why are you hugging each other when you say you don't want to hug? Yeah, you could see the chest was itching for a hug. Okay, so colleagues, let's have one group. Just quickly taking us, maybe one group will tell us what it is for question 1, that circle, okay? And then we can, very quickly just tell us for this question, this is what we said. We just want to have an appreciation of what happened. And I shall tell you what the way forward is, okay? I want you to really properly network. So who wants to share with us about question 1? The one from the 2 circles. Group 2.
Group 3, what is it?
Okay, so group 2.
We are just getting closer to you.
You see, the problem is that I'm a facilitator, I'm not a speaker. A speaker would start demanding that let's have order, but I can't make it. Yeah, honorable speaker, I have So colleagues, I'm humbly requesting that we yeah. You know, I thought you guys after graduating don't get different things. The only difference is your location. So colleagues, I want us to, let's close this, and so that we can go and do other things. So all that we want is what we hear what these colleagues of ours were saying for question 1. And when they are done, which group wants to deal with question 2? You still want the same group to say to continue? No.
Now we can continue.
No, we want to bring another one. We don't want you to grab everything. Yes. So, which group is this? 2. Group 2 is presenting on question 1, the 2 circles. Then we want the next.
For presentation.
That group, you want to present on the rest of them after the circles?
Ourselves.
I don't know which one, whether you're in the same group with that one or what.
No, I don't see them in group.
Okay.
We are ready for any question.
You are ready for any question?
Which question? Because we must make a presentation.
You see what I was saying now?
Keep quiet.
People are continuing with the way you were ending. I wish I could become a grade 1 teacher. You know what they used to do? They'll grab your ear. And you start going up and up until you're standing on your toes. You can't go any further. And then you can feel the heat as it goes deep and deep. The moment they go out, there's no more noise. So I think present will deal with the next one. In the next minute or so. This thing does not seem like it's working. Yeah. If you wanted a female voice.
The question first. The question first.
What question?
No, I think you all know. Let's not waste about this. It's that person of the 2 circles. That's what they are presenting now.
Thank you very much, our facilitator. We are from group 2, and then this smaller circle is composed of things that we can do as a chapters, and then this bigger circle is composed of things that we cannot do. So first thing here, we wrote fundraising, wherein we stated that fundraising for financial needy students. This is one of the items which has been discussed here today throughout the workshop. So I don't think there's a need for us to go into details about this one, isn't it? Okay, number 2 is to have multi-purpose sports center. One of the things that our university does not have is a sports facilities.
Did you press?
Okay, so yeah. One of the things that we have realized is that our university does not have sports centers for our students to participate on different sports. And then on this one of multi-purpose sports center, one thing that we have come to realize is that this center will also help the surrounding communities in our universities, and then it can also generate us some sort of income. It can also generate us some sort of income when we are renting our sports facilities to our neighboring communities and our other officials, like for example the municipalities when they want to host their tournaments and all other necessary things. And to develop number 3, fully effective alumni office. We're not saying that the current alumni office is not effective enough, but then we just saw that there's a need to have a broad and well-built alumni office with many other structures that will be able to assist our Dr. Mariba there. Is not it? Okay, and then we'll move to the to item number 2, develop an entrepreneurial culture. On this one, we will be empowering or preparing our graduates to not only be ready to be employed, but also to be ready or well trained to also start their businesses after graduating. And then we'll move to number 3, communities development engagement. Yeah, it's one of the important items here on this cycle. On this one, we engage on the issue of having Wi-Fi in the communities, in our communities, wherein our graduates will be able to access network or internet for them to apply for different posts. Because you find that since we are rural-based university, we all know that in rural areas is there's a challenge of internet connection. So if we can have this Wi-Fi spots in our different communities, we will be assisting a lot of our graduates or alumni. Number 4, improve our guideline tool. On this one of improve our guideline tool, we want to look on the document that guide us as alumni, or what is it that is expected from us, what is it that we must do. And then from what we were given today, when we go through it, we realized that a lot of things are not articulated well, and then it leaves us in the dark, not knowing what is it that we are expected to do as chapters. 5, linkage and partnership between alumni and the universities. On this one, we have many graduates or a lot of alumni who are working, who are doing well in our countries, but then we do not have linkage with those people. They are not even, university is not even benefiting from them, because at some point it will go back to this one of fully effective alumni offices. We don't even know where are those people in their lives. So on this one, we want to link those who are already excelling outside to work with the university, university as in the graduates. For example, if a person is already having a law firm, we can have that university. The university can provide us those who are already excelling to work hand in hand with the graduates, for our graduates to inquire experience and other things from those who are already excelling or those who are already making it out there. Graduates placement offices, career and geographic location. On this one, we'd not know how far our graduates or how far our alumni have progressed in their lives. So if we can have some sort of an app or any other kind of thing that can help us to see how far our alumni is, and then where are they, and then in that way we will also be able to, this one will also help us to be able to source them when we need them. For example, when we are hosting political lectures, we know who to go to, which alumni to invite to be our speakers here on this one. And then the last one is we can have a Univen Alumni Day, wherein all the alumni who are already out there, they can come to the university with their businesses, brandings, and then they put their things there for everyone to access. Those students who are there at the University of Venda, they can be able to access those alumni and ask questions and engage with them anyhow they can. And then we'll move to the outer circle here. Things that we cannot do. Universities to support human resources and facilities. And then number 2, university should provide credentials, official emails, letterheads, website, and access card. On this one, I'll explain. On the issue of email, this is something that we cannot do and we have no control over it. It is of the university. This one lies on the university. Official emails that will help us to be able to engage with the stakeholders that we want to help us here on the fundraising and other activities. Because one of the things that we have realized or found out is that when you are sending emails using our own personal emails, it doesn't have much of value. And then on the issue of access card, whenever when you are alumni and you are accessing campus, sometimes it gets difficult because they don't even know who you are, and then they intend to make things difficult for you and me when we want to enter campus, and then we will have to prove to Bomarara Maribori we are the alumni of the university. So we don't want to constantly prove ourselves to Ramariba that we're the alumni. Yeah, thank you. And then, see now we are visionaries. We want the university to consider having medical schools as well. Thank you very much.
You just want to touch.
Yeah, just to give it some flesh. No, just to give it some flesh. Maybe on the first one. Chairman, thank you. The first one, when we talk of university support, human resources, hearing the presentation from NWU, they basically have a concrete structure where Nicolise said she's the head, she's got subordinates who basically, we do have that structure, but to emphasize on the university investing more resources to this, to better coordinate the alumni portfolio. This is human resource and facilities, office and other resources that you need to support the alumni stage. You go to number 2. This is another very important one. Now it's me, I felt chapter, I want to raise funds. I send a mine manager an email that I need money for my institution with my email saying katlahomolope@gmail.com. It does not carry weight. It does not. The credentials, they can be questionable. But if chapters or the university would have, whether it's a separate small server for the alumni with emails, with credentials, with document that templates your letters, your signatures, email signatures, that would assist as well. And that will assist the whole program and action plan that we have as alumni chapters. You go to number 3, this is where we say for the university to broaden and again to grow. The university can consider on broadening or diversifying the faculties that we have already, the curriculums that we have. That's basically what I want to say.
Thanks, colleagues. What I want to add is on the multi-purpose sports center, that we're going to have a section wherein it will be an alumni village, where alumni will be able to come and access the internet and be able to check circulars and the database that is there in order to relate with other alumni and companies. Thank you, Chairman.
No, wait. Do you notice anything in front? Yes. What do you notice?
Matching outfit.
No, I'm just saying.
No, it's good to lack of leadership.
You know, I'm just saying it's very interesting. You know, that the colors is like, did you focus to say let's put on these colors? No, it must present. But it's fine. Oh, thank you very much. You know,
yeah, 147.
Okay. So may we discipline our tongues, please? I'm requesting that the tongues be disciplined so that we make progress. Is it a question?
No, it's not a question, it's broke.
Uh-huh.
Am I giving you the stage?
I'm not hearing you.
Can I speak?
You are already speaking. Oh,
Prof, with due respect,
uh-huh.
I have been in situations like this in most instances where people will shy away. I want to give an example before I get to my point. People will shy away that no, we are not saying the office is not effective or not effective. And that will not help Boramare. The office is not effective because of Boramare. We have to be like that. But all I want to indicate here is that I hardly become comfortable to speak with the leadership of the organization or the university team.
Okay.
These are the people who should listen to us on the issues. The president himself is independent of them, and it is, for me, I would make a recommendation that if it is possible, we reserve these discussions when the leadership is.
Okay.
I would like them to hear what these outcomes are from the mouth and the minds of these people that is what I want to say.
Okay. What are those hands for? I'm trying to understand. I think I need to, it's not like I'm defending anyone. One of the reasons why I'm facilitating here, you've never seen me in any of the alumni chapter spaces. I'm part of senior management committee. As we speak right now, there's a council meeting. And all those executives who want to be here cannot be here because they are supposed to be in a council meeting. Does that help? Oh, Dr. Anthony.
Yeah, no,
yes,
that helps in that, but that I understand.
And all I am promising is that we shall make that voice, like get to them. Let's hope tomorrow in one or two of them with us. But the message will go there. We'll get there. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so colleagues, I hear you. That's all I'm trying to say. I hear you, and we are saying that we'll make all the efforts. If this explanation of them being in a council meeting is not helping matters, I don't know whether it will help us to continue talking about it. You get what I'm saying? So let's make progress. We realize that this is what has happened. The president is here, Professor Neshandama has come, we have not just introduced here. You know, there is, I think, adequate ears to be able to actually relay this, to say you are needed when these people are discussing their matters. Okay, I know, you know, sometimes these voices, they'll end up sounding political, and we then find ourselves driving in another direction and failing to then come up with why we actually came here. Okay, so that aspect of them being part of this engagement, it can be one of the things you factor into your action plan. So that, you know, it's not just about today, it's about them creating opportunities for you to actually speak to them directly rather than through any intermediary. So the issue around the office war, Ramane Bar and so forth, being inadequate, I think that message has been sent loud and clear. And there's no one who can even question that this office is not. Imagine if you were to decide to retire early and he disappears. It goes away with the institutional memory. And then who comes in there, we have to learn the ropes about what's happening. So let's understand that if you look again, there was a question, I think, towards the end, where we were trying to look for what are some of the risks associated with what we are trying to do and what we need to do, how we mitigate, you know, against all those. So thank you very much for your various inputs. Okay? Is that helping us to move forward?
Yeah.
Yes. All I want right now is for us to move forward.
No, with
yes.
due respect, I think they are facilitating the meeting very well. But I think it's important that when views are raised, because this is all our meeting, then I think the manner in which you are responding to the doctor is not fair. Because I think there is a general view that we need a full representation of the management, not individual representation. And I think that is the general view. So I think even myself, I feel like we need a full audience in this particular meeting, so that our views can be heard by the management itself. And acknowledging that there is a council meeting, I support the proposal that we come and will rather adjust the time to earlier on tomorrow, so that the management of the university can be here, not have a meeting with an individual who represent the management. I think if they thought maybe we will represent them as an individual, they would have not have came here. We will know that we will take the views for them and we will deliver them to them. But the fact that they are here, they also want to listen and they also want to be part of this particular meeting. So I think that the proposal is very profound and with due respect is very clear. Let's respect that.
Thank you so much. I was just trying to help us to move forward, but we really take that last point of saying, let's adjust the program so that we create a space where we can talk about these specific issues in their presence, especially the contentious ones. So I hear you. Thank you so much for that. Where else? What else were we supposed? It looks like everyone looks stunned. Why? Why do you look stunned? You are tired? No, I don't see any tired face. You know. Okay. We're intimidated. No. I'm really sorry if let me be very clear. I'm really sorry if you sound intimidated by how I responded. Let me withdraw whatever I said, and let's take the resolution that he has actually brought forward, and let's get back to. I like the fact that we are laughing. In some cases, you will be having this like you are at a funeral. You know, you'll not be discussing these things in the manner in which we are having. So let's have this freedom to be able to say all these critical issues that need to be attended to. So, are there any other burning issues in terms of contributions to what has just been said here? Very quickly. Are there any other? I'm opening this for, like specific inputs. I don't know your name. I'm only seeing the white shirt.
No, my name is
Sorry? Okay. My ears are ears of an old man, so I can't hear properly. So please go ahead. I notice you, and then you come next.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's only fair that since they've presented, we engage on what they presented on. So, but I think I've got issues on how small and fast was the presentation. Firstly, on the issue of fundraising for needy students, I think they raise a lot of issues which they do with fundraising. I think they should have not just specified it, but generalized it as a fundraising, as a complication, not specify it, because fundraising on itself, according to our mandate, is very broad.
Okay.
Yeah, but also on some of the issues which I think in this planning, this meeting, we must be realistic at some stage, because we might not have capacity as a congregation to roll over Wi-Fi to the villages. That's mandate, you need billions of rents to, even the government cannot do that. So, but we must be, I'm encouraged that let's be realistic. And also, on the issue of, on the issue of official emails, letterheads, access to campus, human resource. I think, in summary, I think we need to have, in terms of curriculum review, as the convocation, we are not represented in the Senate. We need to have, as the convocation, a representation in the Senate, so that we can have an influence in terms of the curriculum and which direction this issue of teaching and learning should take place. Then on the issue of even Open Alumni Day, I think that is a general agreement to all of us. But I think when we come with our group, we'll broaden that particular scope to at least 20 issues. So that we have a proper perspective. Thank you very much.
I can see members of your group are really shaking, really nodding. Yeah, but I think that was the essence of actually establishing 5 different groups, so that we harvest as many ideas as possible, bring them all together for interrogation by the generality of all of us. So I think in order, I'm hearing people are saying we are tired. Let's not stretch where we are. All that I would want to do is I would want to get, the results of all the different groups. My role this evening, which group has gone away, I thought he was going to be telling you how he's going to entertain you.
The host.
Yeah, the host. I thought he was going to tell you how he was going to. So anyway, the aim is that I would want to get all the group, products, so that I can consolidate all that into one document, and then I will use those results of that consolidated work to generate a draft action plan. When we come in the morning tomorrow, you then interrogate that action plan. So all these other things that we are raising now, if they are not there, that is the time to infuse them into the action plan, so that by the time you are leaving this room, when you grab the action plan, you'll be saying, this is our action plan, not War Francis' action plan. Say.
Yeah, thanks, Prof.
Now I want to be called Malume. I no longer want to be called Prof. I realize if I get that title, I'm not a good facilitator. Malume is here.
Okay, thanks, Malume.
Okay.
I just want to support what you are saying, that the presenters must come and briefly make a presentation on what they have prepared, so that we have a consolidated report. But what I want to emphasize to colleagues here at plenary, after what Mr. Ligawa was saying, is to make sure that we must listen attentively, so that we do not misinterpret presentations by people who are going to present. Just to correct Lisiba and others, we never spoke of Wi-Fi to the communities, but we spoke to Wi-Fi at the alumni village, which will be in campus. So just to correct misfortune.
Okay, I think he has got colleagues. I think colleagues, you see, once you give one person the opportunity to speak, the best thing that we can do is to respect this person who has got the floor. So that they say what they want to say. When they are done, we give you your own time to what? To contribute. If we do it the way we are doing now, it will be a problem, I'm telling you. So please, may you kindly conclude. Are you done?
Yeah, no, not yet.
Yes. How many more minutes do you need?
2 is fine.
No, I'm giving you 1.
It's fine.
Okay.
In conclusion, Prof, is that those that maybe who were not participating in groups must not be given a platform to speak. They will speak something that is not related to presentations.
Okay.
Just because they want to stand up and speak.
Okay. No, that's fine. We hear you. Right. I don't think we need to get into the next questions now. Yes. All that I would want is, I'm only hoping that when you were writing, those who did not type, you did not use this other handwriting where you are using your left leg to write. Yeah, that conducted, doctor handwriting. You see, my eyes are eyes of an old man. I want to be able to read comfortably and to prepare these things without wasting time. So I'm hoping that you can put your things nicely, even if you have not typed, because I know if I say go and type, I'll get these things tomorrow at 9. So I would rather get them, process them, bring them here for you to say, is this a true reflection of what we had put together? Then tomorrow we can actually make good progress. So, having said that, Prof. Neshandama, I would like to believe that you are known to everyone here. Is it a good assumption?
Yes.
Okay. They are saying no, yes. So it's a mixed bag. May they kindly hear your voice, Prof. Neshandama.
Good evening, and thank you for the conversations that I was having. May I just make a few comments because my president is there. And I need us to reflect tonight, right? So that we inform the conversation tomorrow.
May you come here so that we use this?
So this is our induction, right? And we, in my view, should be owning it after this. And my understanding of action plans are like, when you draw it as if all things are equal. And then you say, in the end, these are going to be the impediments. If they are not sorted, we are not going to deliver on our own commitments, right? Because if you start by putting impediments as part of the discussion of what you want to achieve, then you understand the human factor. So I'm pleading that in our presentation tomorrow, the groups should present the action plans as if all things are equal. Then we will discuss the issues that might impede your implementation. Thank you.
So she didn't want to say what her names are. So, Prof. Neshandama, you will take a seat.
Call me by my name.
Yes, but I wanted you to introduce yourself. Please take a seat. Thank you. Right, I think colleagues, first of all, when we meet as groups like this, what we've seen here, these dynamics will always emerge. We differ in order to correct where we've made mistakes. Okay? What is important is for us to own up to the mistakes that we've made. If I stand here and say I know it all, then I'm not a facilitator. Okay? So I would want to really thank you for, especially, we started late, And at one time we thought we were not going to even do the things that we planned to do today. I'm happy that you decided to be, to say to yourselves, we are going to do this work because it's our program. Now we've got all the answers to those questions that we're having. And I'm sorry for giving you so many questions to respond to, but there was a reason. I know for sure tomorrow is a Saturday. And some of you are here, you might want to run around, after all this. I don't know, but I'm just saying it's my assumption. Because I know from experience with similar initiatives, once you bring people from the countryside, they've come to Gauteng, they want to see this relative, they want to see that and that. So I said, let's have all these questions that we are having so that I can generate a draft for discussion tomorrow in order to cut on the time that we will spend in this room. So I'm happy that we have answered those questions. Now, where we are differing and whatever and all that, see like Malume and his Vaduru and Tukuru and whatever, these things happen, it's part of the game, isn't it? It's part of the game as long as we are able to find a way of dealing with those things that we are dealing with, as long as we are able to find a solution. One of the reasons why I wanted you to talk about things in the inner circle and the outer circle, one of those reasons. And one of the circles we are saying there's a circle of influence, which is the inner one. And the outer one is a circle of concern. Now in the circle of influence, you have the power to do what you are saying we want to do. But in that one, that's why I put it in red. That other one, that red part, it's something that you come across every day. If you spend most of your time focusing on that red part, you will not make any progress. It's like you've got weather. And I'm happy that today, one of the most positive things that I've seen, it's now raining outside, isn't it? And that's why I'm now calling myself Malume. Everywhere where I've run workshops of this nature, it's like we get blessings of the rain. And the blessings of the rain is telling you that this thing will succeed. And if you check in front of you here, this is me. I brought this. These are bean seeds. Okay? And a seed for planting, it means we are talking about life. So today we are planting a seed, okay, on how the different alumni can go back and grow and develop. And then we can start harvesting the fruits of what we are investing today. So all this noise we are making, not understanding each other, they are part of the birth pains of the good progress we are expecting in the future. Okay? Why are you not clapping your hands when Malume is talking? Right. So now I want to just conclude so that we go away. When you look at how we made you go into breakaway groups, we randomly established those groups by saying 1, 2, 3, up to 5. The whole idea was to demolish, colleagues getting into the same people who go into the same discussion groups. You might find that as you went into those groups, you started to understand each other more, getting to know other people you have never worked with before. Now, we are always saying that we are a university leading in engaged scholarship. Okay? That is one way on how do you use a reflection circle to find solutions to your issues. I like it when he comes, he's telling Malume, please sit down. So I think without wasting any more time, the request I have about tomorrow, may we come as planned, as indicated on the program, so that we start on time. You see, to be late for something that you agreed on is a sign of disrespect. And it doesn't augur well for your own integrity as a leader. So let's be exemplary, let's be punctual, let's come in time, let's do what we are supposed to do tomorrow so that we focus on other things that we want to do as we go. May we now smile looking at each other. And then, are you? So tomorrow when you come back, I don't want to see the same chapter sitting next to each other. The same people in the same chapter. Oh, she's refusing to smile. Okay, that's fine. So I think, colleagues, I don't know, President and your team, is there something that you just want to, you want me to, as Marume, is that Marume suspends all the other powers? If you want to say anything, because I think we've reached the end of the day. All I want are those materials from the different groups. Those who are going to email to me, please make sure that you stick to your promise so that I'm able to do what I'm promising you to do now. So with these so many words, I think we have reached the end of today's session. When we go out there and you see Marume walking around, don't trip him because he had said things that you did not want to hear. The things that you did not want to hear. So thank you so much, colleagues.
Be careful, class.
Okay, let me. Just take it out. I'll check it. I'll give you an email. I'm done with it.